Welcome to the Orlando Kart Center for the Florida Winter Tour, a part of ROK Cup. My name is DJ Clark, joined up here in the commentary booth alongside Jason Ewers, ready for a full day of finals action. And Jason, as we talked about a little bit earlier yesterday, some question marks are existing over the weather here. It looks like it's going to be a relatively wet session. Indeed, I heard over the PA a little bit ago that the sessions have been declared wet. So that gamble that we saw some of the drivers take earlier on in going on to the slick tires and the slick stickers, going to be the good call. We can see there on our screen as we get that a little bit more centered what the weather is going to be doing. We've got a band that's coming on through. Hopefully that just sticks to rain, but even if it is just rain, going to present some very interesting racing for today's finals.
Yeah, we were wet yesterday for the morning sessions, but it wasn't raining wet. The track was just wet. This looks to be a little bit different. You know, I think it's going to be, by the time we get to the GP Junior, it's, by the weather map, it looks like it's going to be a torrential downpour, which has a lot of aspects to be thinking about. Visualization, for one. Really hard to kind of see when you're behind a cart and it's just throwing up that rooster tail, and it's very difficult. So multiple different racing lines like we saw yesterday, we're definitely going to see today. We've looked at two different weather maps, and one doesn't look like we're going to get hit by anything. One looks like we're going to get hit in the jaw squarely. So we'll just see, and it's coming in. But, I think the 206, seniors that are going to go out, they're not going to see any rain, just a wet track.
Well, and as we talked about yesterday, this is the great equalizer. Yeah. This is really what's going to kind of make everything a little bit more even when it comes across. It's really going to come down to driver control as they try to wrangle these carts underneath them. Yeah, as you said, the 206, our first class out. Then following that, we will move on this morning over to the ROK GP Pro and Juniors, and we'll finish up this morning with the ROK Micros. This afternoon, it will be ROK Mini, then VLR Masters Senior, and to round out the day, it will be
Here we
Junior.
go. 206 seniors coming on the track. So another big thing, these are the finals. So a lot longer racing. They're 17 minutes plus 2. So that is a long race, especially in the wet.
How do you as a driver prep yourself for that longer, dare I say, almost endurance length of a race here? What can you do as a driver to get ready?
Just got to stay focused. I mean, that's it. I mean, that the extra 7 minutes that we have, or 5 more minutes that we have than we did in the pre-final, that's 5 more minutes that you have to stay focused and have an opportunity to make a mistake.
Well, one driver we haven't seen make a mistake really all weekend long, Dylan Amundsen.
Yeah. The only question is he going to lap the field? Yeah. I mean, that really is. He's gapped the field like 20-plus seconds, and he's each one of the vents. He's definitely the cart to beat right now. I don't know. I looked at the times yesterday. There are some guys that aren't too far off. Maybe, with the great equalizer being out there, maybe they'll have something for him.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some good racing there. I think the ones that are closest to him, Sam Philippe, Stefano Maurice, both had some pretty good times working their way forward. You've seen a couple of mistakes out of Riley McDill, but McDill's also been quick on his day as well. So there's a lot of question marks. And here, I love this. You can actually see a little bit of that spray getting kicked up in the background as they come onto that back straightaway down into turn 9. So this is going to be definitely affected by this weather. There you can see something we talked about quite a bit yesterday, that interior line going down into turn 9, a little bit wetter than it is on the outside. Probably going to prevent a lot of passing going down into that area.
Yeah, and we're seeing a wetter track today than we did yesterday. It was wet yesterday. We had some standing water, but there's a significant amount of water on this track right now. We don't have any precipitation dropping right now, but it's cold. It's not really cold. It's warm, but it's damp out, and it's extremely windy.
Yeah, and that wind also going to play into it a little bit. Furthermore, it is relatively Florida humid here at this point, and so that means that the water on the track not easily going to evaporate away. It'll stick around a little bit longer. And frankly, make things probably a little bit more uncomfortable for the drivers behind the wheel as well. So that'll be something to play into it. But right now, Dylan Amundsen lines up, gets this field ready to go as they get into the starting formation, lining themselves up onto the grid. There we see them go, lined up. Flagman gives them the okay, gives them the start line as they enter on into that acceleration zone. And there goes the green. We are racing for our first final here at the Orlando Kart Center. Looks like it's relatively easy and clean getting on through. Amundsen going to continue on with that run up in front as he has been. A little bit too wide farther back in the field. That was McDill running a little bit wide as they try to sort themselves out down into turn 4.
Yeah, I just noticed something.
Oh, car spun around in the back.
Amundsen is so confident that he's not going to be behind anybody. He didn't even wear a ring suit.
Yeah, that is a sign.
Yeah, yeah. So I think Albanese was sitting there on his bumper there for a good portion of that first lap. Let's see. He's not too far behind.
No, he's not too far behind, but that gap did grow a little bit coming through 6, 7, and 8. And as we've talked about previously, that's a really high commitment corner. That's a corner that you've got to have ultimate faith in your kart. And looked like there that Albanese just didn't have it nearly as much as Amundsen did.
Yeah, and you can see Albanese as he's going down the straightaway, catching that rooster tail from Amundsen, wiping his visor off with his glove.
All right, as they continue on to start the second lap here, looks like we're going to have that 15 minutes up on the chart as it ticks its way down. Coming across the line here, Albanese Philippe Machet has been able to move up into P4, getting a move on Michael Galin. That is Dill, Maurice, and Aaron King bringing up the back of the field. And this just looks like another clinic here for Dylan Amundsen as he drives a perfect wet weather line through turn 4.
Yeah, I think I misspoke. It's 15 minutes, not 17 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, +2. Still significant more time on the track.
Yes, significantly more time for them to try to compete with. So we're going to have to see how that plays. But there is Amundsen down through that junkyard turn that we've talked about, turn 8. That's been a sneaky overtaking opportunity. Sarah Bradley, obviously the one that we've really highlighted, being able to make that move there a little bit earlier on. But now Amundsen, love that. One of the things I love about karting is the fact that you're able to really see what the drivers are doing and you're able to follow visually their eyes. You can see him looking into that corner.
Yep, absolutely. He's doing what he's been doing all weekend.
All right, we're going to check back on the battle for 4th and 5th here. That's the number 48 of Blake Machet and Michael Galin. This is, again, that battle for P4. Galin trying to be able to close up to the back of that teal and white, number 48.
Yeah, you got a nice little group gathering right there. We haven't seen much battling in the 206 class through the weekend, but it's good to see this. Like we said, the rain brings equalization for a lot of people, so hopefully we can see some good battling.
Yeah, and I want to give credit, by the way, Machet really had a wild ride on turn 3 on lap 1. Was side by side. I'm not sure if it was with Philippe or Galin that we saw him have that, but was wide out into that sort of AstroTurf area on the exit of turn 3. Kept his foot in it, kept going. Very, very impressive.
Absolutely. It looked like he didn't have any damage to his kart. The kart looks great. He's running some good lap times. But not as fast as Amundsen. Amundsen's 3 seconds.
Well, the great equalizer, and it just shows just how good he is. We keep our eyes, though, on this battle for P4. Stefano Maurice starting to close in on the back here of Michael Galin. Trying to see if there's a little bit of a run. We're not seeing it down into turn number 9. But plenty of time left on the clock, 11 minutes and 25 seconds. This is a waiting game.
Yeah, I think, unless you think you can get up with the Albanese, uh-oh, here we go, move right. Great move. Is that Maurice?
Yeah, that was Maurice trying to set the move on Galin. It looks like Galin's been able to hold that line, but Maurice is going to stick to the inside line, and now he pulls it out, sweeping ahead before they get into turn 1. Some bravery there from Maurice. I was very, very worried if they tried to go too wide into that first corner, but it looks like he was able to hold it out.
Yeah, I mean, the key thing here is you can't stay in the normal racing line. So, that would have put who's at Maurice in the normal racing line, which is rubbered up and there's oil and everything in there because when the kart's running there all weekend long, probably wouldn't have made the kart stick.
Yeah, and as we talked about, it's that rubber really makes the track less porous, and so that water kind of builds up on top of the rubber as opposed to if it was a non-rubbered in line, the water kind of seeps in a little bit more.
Yeah, the rubber just seals the concrete is what it does. Yeah. So obviously, it's good run there on Machet.
All right, yeah, that's Maurice trying to take a look down to the inside, not content with just one. Gets a good drive off of turn 9. Got to have a lot of commitment here into turn 10 to make that play. Not going to go for it, but he's going to send a sneak attack again. That is where Maurice likes to go.
He sure does.
Runs it wide. This time, Mache was a little bit more wise to it than Gaulin was. And so Mache is going to be able to hold on to that position for the moment. And I wonder there if Maurice maybe showed his hand too early. Oh, big slide coming through 1 and 2.
Just drifting around that corner.
Yeah. Full-on slideways drift, and that's going to allow for Gaulin to try to catch back up to the back of this pack. This, again, the battle for P4 as Dylan Amundsen absolutely running away with it. Stefano Maurice now looking to the outside of turn 5, does for the crossover, gets up onto that curb, gets the kart to rotate, but not enough speed carried through the corner.
Yeah, let's see if Maurice has got anything for him here.
A little bit of a twitch there as he came off the curb coming through turn 7. There's those checks behind over the right shoulder. Now it looks like Maurice is going to poke out a line with about 9 minutes left to go on the clock. He's going to try to just dive this down to the inside. Looked like there Mache saw it coming, looked for the crossover himself, but Maurice was able to carry the momentum well, park it on the apex, and he's off into 4th.
Yeah, I think we've got a good little battle. I mean, that's the one thing that I like there, what Maurice did is he stepped out of line. For 1, set up for the pass. 2, keep his visor clean.
Exactly. Gaulin and King here now going to be battling side by side with 2 Sodi karts as they come down the front straightaway. They're going to try to sort themselves out. That's the 004 of Eric King running a little bit wide through the corner. He tries to get that, and now as they sort themselves out, it looks like King has been able to get the position. Gaulin losing positions hand over foot.
The question now is Philippe going to be able to catch Albany's?
Only about 2 seconds separating those two, so that certainly could be a battle that plays out. But we got to keep our eyes here as King carrying a lot of good momentum in that 6th place position, now eyeing up Blake Mache from behind. Thought about having just an outright run down the back straightaway, but thought better of it. Now pokes his nose to the inside, decides to come back to the racing line. Clearly not as aggressive there as Maurice was, where we saw him make that move on the last lap. Amundsen set the fastest lap of the race. Here comes
outside pass.
Wow, that 004 is hooked up.
That was, I didn't expect that to stick. Great job by King.
Yeah, I mean, just utter confidence in the kart at that point to be able to push it forward. King now is going to have his eyes set on Maurice up the road. 1:15.32 for Maurice, or for King rather. He's only about 2 seconds back of Maurice. He may be able to close this in.
Yeah, we'll see what he does. And again, you got Philippe trying to close down on Albany's, but Albany's is matching lap time. So you're not going to be able to close that gap if you're running the equivalent times.
No, you're certainly not. You got to be a little bit faster. Credit here, though, this is now the battle for P6 as Mache has fallen back into the clutches of Michael Gaulin. A little bit of correction there coming through turn 7, not able to quite get it where he wanted to. Mache looking behind down the back straightaway. Wondering if we're going to see that nose start to peek out here for Gaulin. No, not going to happen.
Still got 6 minutes left, plus the 2.
2.
So plenty of time to make that move.
Yeah, Gaulin not feeling as comfortable, I think, in that kart as we've seen necessarily King or Maurice do. We don't see any moves through that last sector of 10, 11, and 12. And I think that little bit of a back off there for him is frankly allowed for Mache to just a little bit more breathing room and hold on a little bit longer.
Yeah, and I'm looking at that between Albany's and Philippe. Looks like it's staying at 2 second gap there. And Albany's is just a little bit faster than Philippe.
Yeah, about 0.3 of a second on the last lap there or thereabouts. And he's just going to be able to hold that position. Correction there for both drivers, Mache and Gaulin, as they came out of the final corner. Gonna hold together here. Down through turn 6. Again, very high commitment, especially in these treacherous conditions. That's going to be a very, very difficult corner to try to carry speed through. Comes on the back straightaway here.
Yeah, we have, I mean, Gowan not nearly as close as he was the last lap behind Mache, so, but closed up a little bit there, so we'll see if he has anything for him. I think about right now, he's either being just patient or he's going to make his move.
Well, he thought about making that move into turn 10, got a good run off at turn 9, but that didn't play. Tires kicking up into the air on the left sides there as they lean those karts to get a little bit more of that rotation.
Mache went down there to cool his tires a little bit. Might be just overheated him just a smidge.
And that's something we're going to see, I think, progressively throughout the day. They are on wet weather tires here today at this point. It's just too damp on this track to be running slicks.
Yeah, yesterday we saw some teams go out there when it was an option tire, and they were 10 seconds slower than the wet tire, so definitely not a decision to be made right now to go out on dries.
Well, and there is actually no decision, as race control has said. This is a wet race. You must go out and run the wets.
Yeah, and unfortunately, for the way the weather map looking, I think it's going to be wet all day.
I think it is as well, which when we talked to Sarah Bradley and throughout the rest of the camps, particularly in those later sessions for VLR, senior and junior, they all commented to us that everybody went out on those sticker slicks.
On the pre-finals, absolutely.
Because they knew it was going to be raining today.
Yep. I mean, it's a gamble. It's Florida.
Yep.
So, you know, I think there's always rain in the forecast in Florida, but, you know, obviously, I think they made the right call.
Yeah, I think they did as well. They come.
I mean, Abbotson's got a nice 21-second lead. He's just setting fast lap after fast lap all by himself out there.
Yeah, really just pushing ahead here at this point. 20 seconds, 5 minutes left to go. We keep our eye on this battle for P6. Mache under pressure here from Gowland. Gowland not able to get the move done going into turn number 4. This is just waiting and watching here. I frankly like what I'm seeing out of Gowland. He's not trying to send this in. He's not trying to be hyper-aggressive. He knows what the clock is doing, and he's driving to that clock.
Yeah, and I think he understands that he doesn't have the pace that, you know, Maurice has or King has. So he's just trying to get one more spot.
Yeah, and frankly, just holding behind and trying to get as much as he can. A little bit of side-by-side here farther up in the field. That's going to be for Maurice and Philippe. This is the battle for P3. Maurice has finally been able to catch up.
But, I mean, it's hard to control these karts on wet tracks. So at any point in time, Albany's could make a mistake of moving.
Yeah, that's a very good point. There could be a little bit of a mistake coming at any moment.
Especially if you're feeling that pressure of someone catching you, you're going to push a little bit deeper going into these corners and step on that brake a little too hard, and next thing you know, you're eye to eye with your competitor.
Well, it looks like here that, we had a little bit of technical difficulties there. Michael Gowlin has made a mistake. He has now fallen back to 8th place behind Riley McDill.
And that's exactly probably what just happened.
Yep.
Got a little squirrely right there. He pulled a 1:19 lap time. Yep, you can't do that.
Nope. We go back to check on our leader. Haven't given him a lot of camera time here today, but Dylan Amundsen is just continuing to lead and continuing to dominate at the front of this field. He's going to come across the line. The last couple times he was able to set a fastest lap out of anyone. Doesn't quite do it here at 1:13.47, his best being 1:13.09, but that 1:13.47 still 2 seconds faster than the rest of this field.
Yeah, he's just been cream of the crop all week long. So
yeah, absolutely dominant, no questions asked. This is the driver that we've had circled from the beginning of practice on Friday. He has been the one that is quick. He was a second faster in qualifying. He's just got it.
Yeah, absolutely. He seems he's in the 206 car a lot, and he looks like he runs the Cup Kart North American Series, which is all 206s. He does well in that, and that's a stout field.
Yeah, it's a stout field, and this is obviously just a little bit of a training regimen for him. All right, we've got a, dare I say, 3-car battle right now. Maurice, King, and Philippe on the back of this. The main battle here is for that 3rd place between Maurice and King on your screen right now. Little correction from King coming through turn 7. They come back out onto the back straightaway. There's that little bit of a hop, kind of repositioning himself. Was the 004 of Aaron King. Now they come down into turn 9.
Yeah, Philippe, either King has picked it up a little bit, because I thought Philippe was pulling out on King. Or Maurice was pulling out on King, and then kind of stabilized a little bit there.
Yeah, kind of stabilized just a little bit. Let's see as they carry down through that sweeper that leads right into turn 1.
Yeah, we're down under 2 minutes now. This is where you want to make up that position. You go a little deeper in the corners.
Yeah, you got to start pushing a little bit more. That's more of a traditional dry line that we just saw there for Maurice, so I think that push starting to play in for the driver.
Yeah, and I mean, you see right there that the 04 of King is definitely caught on the bumper of Maurice. So, you know, knowing that there's a minute left to go, you're going to start pushing a little bit harder.
Yeah, and I imagine here, I'm not sure exactly where your leader is on track, but I'm imagining we're going to be either 2 or 3 to go at the line.
Yeah, and I mean, you're fighting for a podium spot. So 3rd and 4th, you know, a little different than if you're fighting for 7th and 8th.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to have your elbows out a little bit more. You're going to fight a little bit hardier for those positions. Here he comes down into turn 9.
A little look over the shoulder, kind of see where he's at.
Well, and that's something you talked about yesterday when you're diving into those corners and coming around. You're really able to see in your periphery as you come through there.
Yeah, and that, you kind of gauge how you're pulling, gapping them, or if they're getting a little bit closer to you. But, you know, if you're going down a straightaway and you feel that little boop, then you know they're, yeah.
Exactly. Under 30 seconds left on the clock. We continue to follow Maurice. 32 seconds back if your leader. Good run there for King coming out of turn 3. Not quite good enough to send it down the inside. No, I lied. It is good enough to send it down the inside, but shutting the door was Stefano Maurice.
Yeah, I'm guessing that Abbott is probably crossing the start-finish line right now, so there'll be 2 to go.
Yeah, I think that's about right. So here they
3 laps. All right. You know who likes that? King likes that.
Yeah.
Like, that gives
well,
me
here
one.
he comes right to 2.
2, yeah.
Yeah, that's the 2 to go mark given by the flag man as Dylan Amundsen comes through. 14 laps completed. It'll be a total of 16 here today.
Yeah, and remember that this is a 3-race series. So they get points, and then we award a Florida Winter Tour champion, or I like to go Winter Tour champion now because our 3rd stop is going to be in Texas, which is new to the organization. So it's going to be fun to see that. It's going to see how many people are committed to running this point series. Like most of these, drivers are here. You know, these 206 drivers, they're local drivers, probably their home track. It's going to be interesting to see if they make the trek to Texas.
Yeah, that could have a very large decision on the championship if drivers decide to or not to take that track over to Houston. Again, we're just going to have to wait and see what fans out. Comes Amundsen down through the corner of turn 9.
Just putting on a clinic.
Yeah.
Robotic almost.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Through 10 and 11, now through 12. He'll be coming to the white flag. 1 lap to go this time around for Dylan Amundsen, completing the prophecy that we kind of laid out for him in that running. Here he goes.
Yep. What's going on with 3 with King and Maurice? There we go. Okay.
No, this is farther back. This is Mache, McDill, and Gowland.
Gallon made that mistake, but got back up and caught that group. And here's our battle with Maurice.
All right, here as they go. There they come on in. This is that battle. Mache, McDill, Gowland. Oh, here comes the run for Gowland. Going to try to take it on Riley McDill. Not quite enough alongside to make it play. That's going to give Mache a little bit of breathing room as they come through turn 12. All right, there they go. White flag for them. They're going to come on through. Now just waiting for our leader, Dylan Amundsen, to come across the line. There we see him coming on through. Taking that look as we go to Dylan Amundsen. Twin checkers waving in the air. Victory, as it was foretold. Dylan Amundsen takes victory here in the first race of the Florida Winter Tour. We check back in on that battle for P6. Mache, McDill, and Gowland Gallon trying to put some pressure onto the back of Riley McDill.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a ton of passing spots left, so we got to see what we can do here with Gallon. If he's going to try to dive in on 9 and see if he can make it stick.
Yeah, that's going to be the question. There's Amundsen coming back down into pit lane to take his victory. Good run for Amundsen. Looks like here everything's saying status quo for Mache and McDill, but Gowland going to try to take a run into turn 10. That's not going to play out. It was Albanese, King, Maurice, and Philippe. The rest of your finishing order. As here comes Mache to the line. He'll take 6th. McDill will take 7th. Gowland 8th and last on the field.
Yep. No surprises there.
No, that was a very unsurprising race for us there, kind of exactly as we expected to be able to go, as you see everybody headed off into pit lane. And we are actually, at this point, going to head on over. Got a little bit of an interview queued up that we'll be able to show you, but when that is done, we'll be back with ROK GP Pro, powered by Sodi Racing.
Good morning from Florida Winter Tour ROK Cup. Jason Ewers here with Sean Bailiff. I wanted to kind of introduce all the viewers out there, just the kind of differences in the chassis or in the karts and the classes that we have. You're out there watching it. You're probably wondering, why is that kart a little bit different than that kart? And I don't think anybody better to talk about this than TKG's owner, Sean Bailiff. Sean, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having us. And we're a little new to ROK, but in general, karting is all the same as far as the class structure. It's just different brands. But and obviously, if you search go-karting, via the web, it can be ultra confusing.
Oh,
so I'd be glad to help here explain this. But so this is the top level. This is the 125 category. Most of the pro racers run this, short of shifters. No shifters here this weekend, but it's a 125cc single-speed water-cooled engine. It produces about 30 horsepower. So this is the age group between 11 and 80 if you want.
Sure.
So they have 3 different classes, junior, senior, and masters in this category. So it's a fantastic way of getting going as far as karting goes, obviously, but this is the premier class for the single speeds for sure. So and then you go over to the VLR 100cc class, which is an air-cooled, a little more affordable, better starter package for the young kids, but same scenario where you have the age group from 11 up to 80 if you want with the Masters. We've had a 76-year-old racing, so it's pretty good. But air-cooled, single speed, not as complicated without the water system on it. 100cc, but still single speed.
And horsepower, what are they kind of putting out?
Horsepower is right around 21, so about 6-7 horsepower less.
And the nice thing, let everyone know that these have electric starts on them as well, which makes it so much nicer than the old days when you have to carry like that external starter.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. It's changed karting over the last 10 years for that. So you can less people working. You don't have to have the guy with the starter, as you mentioned. The age structure, it's restricted on junior, so they put an exhaust restrictor to slow the kids down a little bit. Although with the weight and the restriction, the juniors are about the same speed.
Yeah, we've noticed that. So it's pretty impressive what they're able to do, with that restrictor.
Well, sorry to cut you off there, Jason, but we do have a race getting ready to go here. This is, again, the ROK GP Pro, powered by Sodi Racing. Everybody's starting to line their way up here and bring their way on through. We've seen some good racing in this category, and plenty of drivers to keep an eye on. That 124 going to be leading the pack. Excuse me, the 324.
Yeah.
Going to be leading the pack, that, of course, being Blake Nash.
Well, what's interesting, too, is he wasn't so strong in the rain yesterday.
No, he was not.
I mean, dry track, he is dominant. Yesterday, he either missed the setup a little bit in the rain or missed pressures. To see what they learned from yesterday, if they adopted it today, and see if he can just continue with his dominance that he's been doing in this class.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Ardiles and Nanji going to be behind him as they make their way into the acceleration zone now. Green flag in the air. We are racing, and already Nash off to a bad start. That was Ardiles that was able to get a little bit of a better run. Looks like everybody's through turn 1 cleanly. Nash is going to be able to hold on to that advantage. Ardiles right there in front of him, right there behind him, rather, taking that traditional wet line. Big move up into the inside there for 3rd place. That was impressive to see that jumble around as they now work their way down the middle straightaway, headed down into turn number 6.
Yeah, much better start today for Nash on the wet. So obviously they've made the changes that they needed to make to get that cart hooked up and just get a little bit more grip out of it.
Seen a lot of tape on those radiators there. That again to try to warm up the engines in these cool conditions. Not surprised by that, and also not going to be surprised to see a lot of tape getting peeled off over the course of the race as those engines start to warm up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the key. And they're also, you're changing the gear on these carts from what you do in your dry condition, because you're trying to get the cart up into speed a lot faster, because you've got to slow the cart down a lot sooner to try to get to these corners. So when you do that, you're just putting more work on that motor. So the motor's going to start heating up a lot faster.
All right, Nash, Nanji, Fuka, Saber, and Bouthier, your top 5.
See, Nash took a different line that time to that corner. He went real narrow the first lap, and obviously figured out that the faster line was actually on the outside of the road.
Not sure what happened to Diego Ardiles there, as he is now listed as back down in 12th. Had him starting in second position, but unfortunately fell back through the field. The three-way battle up here, really. Nash starting to break away a little bit. Battle, though, between Nanji and Fuka. Fuka looking one way, now diving the other. Nanji's going to be able to hold on to that, but Fuka with the crossover.
Yeah, you can see Nash just sitting there just ripping tape off of that radiator. So obviously the motors are starting to warm up now. They're starting to get to peak horsepower. So we're going to start seeing what he has and see these lap times just start to drop every significantly lower and lower and lower.
Yeah, and I believe Fuka's actually been able to get the run. He'll hold on to P2 Amon Sabarin trying to close on in. I know Sabarin starting to close on in a little bit more, but still sits about 1.7 seconds back. A little bit of separation this time around between Fuka and Nanji now that Nicholas Fuka's been able to get on by.
Yeah, and I noticed actually we are on 17 minutes for the pro races. That's where I saw the 17.
Yeah,
I saw it
you
somewhere.
weren't crazy. I wasn't going to say anything on it because I was anticipating that previous race being a 17. Looks like they put it to 15. So I think the pro races are 17 from here on out, and the micros and the minis are going to be 14 if everything is to be believed.
Yeah, that's true. And, it's, I don't know, hey, get the weather map up and see what we're looking at on that radar, because we're looking about this time is when we thought that we were going to see it starting to dump on us here.
Yeah, so we'll take a look at that as we take a look at the 3 leaders, Nash, Fuka, and Nanji coming across the line right now. A little bit of a slide there for Nanji as they came through that start-finish line.
Yeah, that top 3 is just going to build a nice little gap over on Saber and Fuka. So, if they're smart, they're just going to sit there and buy their time like we talked about. It's a long race. Try not to let Nash check out on you and see what you can do a little bit later on the later stint of this event.
Well, and it may be a situation where Nash has had a little bit of worse tires potentially. Yeah, we're going to get hit here in about 3 minutes, I think, is when that rain's going to start falling. Nash off into the outside around turn 8. Big hop, skipping to jump into the grass, and that's going to allow for Fuka to get on through.
Yeah, we just talked about that. Just went a little too wide there in that junkyard corner where it drops off significantly there. Yeah, so we're looking. Yeah, we're definitely going to get some rain here. So that's just probably just lit a fire under Nash right there, though.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how he responds to that. Nash in second, Nanji right behind him, almost giving him a little bit of a push. Caden McQueen's actually moved up to 4th.
And McQueen's fast. I mean, Fuka went purple there, but I mean, McQueen is just a couple hundred slower. So that's a driver we need to look for to see if he can close that gap on Nanji.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he can or not. I mean, right now that gap exists at about 2.5 seconds, called 2.3, I think. Oh, and Nash spins coming through turn 8. That's the second time he's had trouble.
Something there he just doesn't like, and that's so unfortunate for him because he has such a great kart, and there's nothing you can do about that.
No, nothing at all.
He's going to do his best to work his way back up, but I think his chances for a podium is probably over with that.
Yeah, that was a very, very unfortunate situation there for him.
And Diego Ardiles is right back up. He's obviously must have went off the track or something.
Yeah, I
It's
think
just now
Ardiles just had something happen to him. He's up into 6th and closing down on the back of Bouthier and Sabarin. So if we could factor into this, we've still got 11 minutes left to go in this race.
Yeah, I think Fuka and Andy's in the league of their own right now.
Yeah.
So I think our battle's going to be for that 3rd podium spot.
I think you're right, and I'm going to be keeping my eye on Diego Ardiles to see if he's able to close on in and become a factor in that 3rd podium position.
Yeah, and I'm looking there. I mean, McQueen's laying down some fast laps, so I don't know if Sabarin has anything for McQueen. But as you can see, one little mess up like Nash, and you're right there on your bumper of your competitor.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what can happen. Nash, by the way, is resettled all the way down to 11th position behind Christopher Guerin. So there he is right there. That is that 324.
Yeah, I could see Nash making his way back up into the top 10 because he definitely has the pace. So that's going to be something fun to watch him as he works his way back.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Here comes a nice little battle that we've got our eyes on as they come on through. That's Bouthier and Ardiles.
Yeah, the 393 would have been interesting if he didn't make a mistake at the beginning of the race, how he would have been factored into that top 3, because he definitely has top 3 pace.
Yeah, he's really got the pace to be able to do it. He just made some sort of an error that we didn't see on stream, unfortunately. There's Blake Nash, though, into 10th. That is Tobino up ahead of him.
Yeah, I mean, look at the parity. Everyone's running really fast lap times. I don't know if Nash is enough to catch Tobino or not.
Well, and I would be worried making those 2 errors, arguably under pressure as Nash did. He needs a mental reset to make sure he doesn't make that same mistake again, because it's all too easy to do that.
Yeah, and is he going to be over-conservative going into that turn 8? That obviously has caught him off guard twice now.
Well, we'll see how he does. He's got about 3 seconds to try to gain up to Vigna.
Yeah, so just under 9 minutes to go. He's not, I mean, he's only 2/10 faster.
All right, Ardiles has been able to get by Bouthier a little bit farther in the field. That puts him about 2.3 seconds behind Sabarin. Make it about 5 seconds behind McQueen. There is the 395. That is Caden McQueen, your 3rd place driver. Kind of an island unto himself.
Yeah, I'm looking here, and Angie just went purple a couple laps ago, and fastest in segment 3. Is it enough to be able to catch Fuka?
Well, Angie had a little bit of pace early on, dropped back. Now maybe cooled those tires to the point that they're able to go into full attack mode again. I don't really know.
Yeah, I mean, and we got a driver out right there.
It's the 387, it looked like.
Suarez.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was a wreck or if it was a mechanical issue.
It looked like from the area that it was that could have been just a mechanical, just kind of the way that they pulled off to the side there.
We got Fuka just crossing the stripe. Angie just went purple again.
Angie's starting to put on
half a
here.
second
this is
faster that lap, so I think we're going to have something developing here.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we're going to have a battle for the lead. Now, I don't think that's going to be enough to draw Caden McQueen into the battle. However,
no, unless they start fighting.
They got to fight pretty heartily here for a pretty decent amount of time.
Yeah, I mean, it's Nanji he shaved a half a second off that last lap. Now he can smell blood in the water.
Yeah.
And I can guarantee you, Fuka knows he's coming. He's coming fast.
Although I will give credit here, we haven't seen Fuka really glancing behind him. You know, you said yesterday
right there he did.
There he was,
Yeah.
of course, as soon as I say it.
Right in the corner, he looked over and he's like, yeah. So now he's going to push a little harder, and is that going to force a mistake?
Let's see what he does here. Gap was under a second on that last lap. They're going to come across the stripe here, taking a 10th out of it. Fuka responding within 100th of a second of his fastest time. Fuka obviously going to put out a airplane.
Nash has closed the gap significantly on Cavigno. So we'll see if Blake continues to work his way through the field. But obviously, the battle here is the first. And let's see if he continues chipping away at it.
Let's see.
And then you just got McQueen back there in the final podium spot. Just like you said, island of his own.
Yeah, island unto himself. Diego Ardiles starting to close in on the back of Saber, and that could become a battle here sooner rather than later. Fuka not given the best lap there, 102.84. Nanji at 102.7.
Another 10th off.
Yeah.
There's plenty of time left. So we're looking at 5 laps, 6 laps left, plus 2 probably.
Thereabouts, yeah.
So that's, when you're cranking around, you're 7 tenths up. It's going to be close. If he keeps clinking, a 10th off every single lap. Looks like he closed quite a bit right there.
Yeah, really closed that down through 6, 7, and 8. Again, high commitment corners there. That just means that Nanji's really feeling the car.
Yeah, he's definitely got the Kart Republic hooked up in front. Yeah, and Fuka's got to know he's that close now. So
Yeah, I mean, I think he held that gaze through turn 12 a little bit long, taking a little bit of a peripheral look.
This is going to be within a half a second. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a great lap. So
Down to 3,700ths between Nanji and Fuka.
yeah, 4 tenths faster there. But we talked about this yesterday. And we always talk about this. Catching someone in the past is wildly difficult. But we have some great drivers here that have some great skills. So we'll see where he's going to set him up at. Is it going to be into 9, or is it going to be into 4? Those seem to be definitely some of the passing spots that we've seen.
Nanji lost a little bit of ground there coming through turn 8, the junkyard turn. Just lost a little bit of time, not really able to gather it back up. Goes down into turn 12.
And he could have been trying to set himself up to get that run down.
Yeah,
to
and just
9,
didn't get it.
And just didn't get it. Yeah, because the gap just increased by a little over a tenth a second for Fuka there, which Fuka needed that.
Yeah, he needed a little bit of that breathing room. 3 minutes, 10 seconds left on the clock. Ardiles has been able to get by Bouthier. Going to hold on to that 4th place position now.
Yeah, I would love to know what happened.
Samarin not too far behind that battle either. It's a pretty close one. Well, hop, skip, and a jump there for Fuka as they come down the back straightaway trying to push.
Yeah, Fuka's definitely felt the pressure now and picked the lap times up quite a bit. So let's see if Nanji's can stay incident-free here.
All right, powering out of that final corner onto the front straightaway. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock, plus 2 laps, we should say. Angie lost a little bit of time there, up to 6,500ths.
I mean, Fuka just set his fastest lap of the race right there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's responding to that pressure. So, we're looking, we got less than 2 minutes to go, 3 laps, probably 4 laps left.
Cheers.
Great drive by Fuka, though. I mean, felt the pressure, responded, so far mistake-free.
Yeah, and was able to get that move done on Blake Nash, who we thought was going to be relatively untouchable, but recognized that Nash was not strong in the heat yesterday where there was some rain, able to press his advantage, and now just holding firm. It does look like Najee's closing in a little bit.
Yeah, Fuka's doing everything he can to get everything out of that go-kart, doing the old hop. Get that rear wheel spin, get that motor RPM up as fast as possible.
Najee brought the gap back down here.
Just not close enough to make a move.
No, not yet. 3 laps to go this time by, though. So there's still some time here for Najee. I want to give some credit to William Bouthier. Bouthier, I thought Ardiles was going to just streak away from him, but he's kept that gap relatively tight. That's for 4th place overall. Keep you abreast if there's any battles or any changes in that order.
Yeah, but right now the closest race I believe we have is for the lead.
Yeah. So there they come to the line again with that hop, skip, and a jump. Comes across. 3 laps to go. Gap still about 57 hundredths.
Yeah, I can just imagine Andy just pushing as hard as he possibly can. And just has that car on the edge.
Oh, this is interesting. Bouthier was able to get back by Ardiles, and now Blake Nash has entered into that conversation.
Yeah, Blake, what a shame, because he definitely has a fast car.
I can tell you, folks, that we look out our commentary window, it's gotten significantly darker out, so while we may not get rain in these last 2 laps of this ROK GP Pro final, it's coming. It is coming.
Yeah. So we have 3 laps. Okay. 2 to go after that.
2 to go now.
2 to go now, yep. Just kind of keeping it. About a half a second. Is Fuka going to start playing the defensive line here, which is going to slow him down? I don't think he needs to.
I don't think he does either. And frankly, if he were to start playing a defensive line, I think it's just going to cost him more time. Bouthier, by the way, dropping back to 6th. This Ardiles and Nash both able to get by him.
Yeah, it looks like that's a great battle over there. Between those 3. Ooh, looks like Najee really closed in on.
Yeah, I think that gap
right
is down to about 3-4 kart lengths.
Yeah, but the thing also too is I hopefully Najee's smart enough that don't make a dumb move.
Right.
That's going to cost you a podium spot.
Yeah, I mean, you do have an 11-second gap, but here he comes. He's going to look to the outside, coming into turn 5. A little bit of contact into 4. Najee tried to go for the crossover. Now he's going to go for the outside line through 5. Wide run, trying to carry that momentum through the corner. Not going to happen, but he could set himself up here for turn number 6.
Yeah, I don't know if Fuka made a bobble there that allowed Najee to really close up on him. But looks like Fuka did a good job defending and responding.
Yeah, really good line there through 7 and 8. Gets it together. Hop there for Fuka. Comes out of the final corner. Nicholas Fuka withstood the pressure, withstood it all, and comes to the checkered flag. Victory for Nicholas Fuka. Lucas Najee with a great drive to finish in behind Tim, constantly applying pressure to the back of that 379. Caden McQueen coming to the line right now. That'll round out your podium.
Yeah, so impressive run by Fuka. He felt the pressure, he responded, didn't make any mistakes. Oh, look at this battle. Nash.
Ardiles and Bouthier. Nash holds on. Bouthier, Ardiles, then Sabarin and Sabarin. 7 and 8.
What a great run for Nash. Back from the, was he 12th at one time, or he all the way down to 11th?
He was in 11th. He was only ahead of Suarez.
Yeah, and just got his way all the way back up. Almost a podium spot.
Almost a podium spot, but an impressive run nonetheless. All right, folks, that is going to wrap up our coverage here for GP Pro. Stick with us, though. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back with you for ROK GP Junior, presented by PSL Racing. As they enter into the acceleration zone, green flag flies. We are racing. Big slide farther back in the pack. Couple of micros going a little bit sideways, but they're going to hold it together. Pressure from Luca Besseril. Besseril looks outside for speed. Now down into turn 4. Got it. This position going to go to the inside of turn 1. Got it. The lead of it. Whoa, cross back, crossover.
I don't think battling each other is the way to go right here.
Oh, almost a little bit of a squiggle there for Trudeau in that purple car. Here comes Delbon to the line. Look at him, he's so excited.
Years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters, and as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became 2, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
Welcome back to ROK Cup, the Florida Winter Tours, and we are here at the Orlando Kart Center for ROK GP Junior, powered by PSL Racing. And as you can tell by that camera angle, it's getting dark. We've got some weather definitely moving on in. There is the view of the weather and what it is looking like as we get ready for this next race. We are right in the middle of that shower system that's about to start coming in, so would not be surprised here, Jason Ewers, if we get a little bit of rain on this next race.
Yeah, I just poked my head out. I didn't feel any precipitation, but what I did feel is temperatures dropping and a ton of wind.
All right, we're going to have to see how these karters handle that. This, of course, the ROK GP Junior category, 12 to 15-year-olds, ROK GP motor with a restrictor. Sarah Bradley going to be starting on pole for this race. We had a chance to talk to Sarah yesterday. She obviously went with the what at the time was a gamble, what now seems like a brilliant strategy.
Absolutely.
Running that pre-final on the sticker slicks.
Yeah, and that we got someone that went around there trying to warm up his tires. Yeah, that was, Sarah said there's just a handful of people that did that, and obviously it worked out. If it was a dry track right now, she'd do a lot of defending starting at that pole position. But now let's see what she can do. If she can continue running here from that pole position.
And green flag in the air, but it's a big move to the outside for Truchot. That's going to start things off in a big way. Truchot's got the advantage as they come through turn 3. It looks like there that is going to be a kid tell that's Medeiros or Vanchev. Sarah Bradley taking the wet line, and that's going to cost her 3 positions.
Yeah, that was a great run by that group that took that inside line there. I was waiting to watch them kind of drift up the track, but they made those carts stick.
Yeah, Medeiros up into second now, as there we see side by side. I think that's Vanchev and Del Alcanar. 206 there of Vanchev that you just saw streak on by down through turn number 8. Here they come. Bradley losing a little bit of ground, as there we see a poke out, trying to figure out exactly where they can go down into turn 8. Side by side up for the lead. That's Medeiros and Truchot.
Yeah, great camera angles on that 206 on how much steering input he's putting into that cart, because that is not staying right there. He's just washing up the track. So
surprise sneak attack there from Vanchev that didn't exactly play well, as the 257 of Victor De Alcanar is going to be able to get up on by into second as they run right now. It's Medeiros, De Alcanar, Vanchev, Truchot, Sarah Bradley.
Yeah, and this is all playing in for Medeiros. He's like, keep fighting back there, because he's going to be able to just check out every single time.
But Medeiros runs wide. That opens up the door for the 206 of Vanchev.
Yeah, that outside line going into 4 is not the preferable line, it looks like. It's that inside line, almost a traditional run through that corner.
Yeah, there as they go. Let's see how they fan themselves out here, though. Little bit of a wiggle, there for De Alcanar. On the back straightaway there, look behind for your leader of Vanchev. Very defensive line. De Alcanar just following him straight through.
Yeah, like there's 17-minute race, tons of time. No reason to sit there and put yourself at any risk at all by trying to make a sketchy pass.
Yeah, exactly. As there they come out of turn number 12, back onto the main straightaway. I think back on in. Vanchev does lead the way. De Alcanar, Medeiros, Truchot. Now Nathan Dupuis, is Sarah Bradley not having the best run. She's falling back through the field.
Yeah, I don't know if they just missed the pressures or waiting for the long game.
Could be a little bit of column A, could be column B. Who knows exactly what it is, but Vanchev still under pressure from De Alcanar as they try to be able to sort themselves out. De Alcanar all up and over those curbs as they come through the corners. Now down into turn 6. High commitment here for Vanchev. De Alcanar takes a peek to the inside, but the door is shut. Vanchev leads the way here. Here comes the move from De Alcanar out to the outside, but it sold him the dummy, did Victor Alcanar. Brilliant stuff through turn 9.
Yeah, I'm baffled at the raciness that's going on right now this early in the race.
Well, it does look like Vanchev was able to get that position back and spring it back on him. They're going to cross over the start-finish line. Cole Medeiros kind of in an island unto himself in third. Dupuis, Truchot, Bradley, your top 6. But this battle up for the lead is really where it's at. Let's see if anybody tries for that wide line again.
It looks like Bradley is going to be under some pressure here by Shermer.
Shermer down to the inside. You called it. Bradley with the crossover. Nice run there for Sarah.
Yeah, I'm sure she's probably a little frazzled, like starting from pole and then kind of right off the bat, 3 cars take you on the inside. So that kind of plays a little bit of a mind game. I'm feeling she's going to get herself settled in and start picking off some of those drivers that passed her earlier.
Yeah, we know the strengths here of Sarah Bradley. There's the battle for the lead again. Vanchev De Alcanar still battling away, trying to sort this out a little bit. It is going to be Vanchev that holds on for now. Doesn't look like De Alcanar's got a run quite yet.
No, not yet. Just, being patient. But De Alcanar's definitely got the cart, but
doesn't quite have it in turn 1.
Yeah,
well, but that's a better line.
Yeah, Vanchev just went purple there. Now, big hop off that dig out, that divot that we've been calling all weekend long, coming through 3.
Yeah, that is a no small divot, right? Especially imagination.
No.
It's very, very large. Now, pretty round.
Yeah, just look at Vanchev just leaning as much as he possibly can, trying to get that grip onto that outside tire.
pushing ahead here. De Alcanar, we've seen him be aggressive down into turn 9 before. He's going to do it again. Does he sell him the dummy? No, he just took that wider line. Now goes for the crossover, but Vanchev just has the better line. He's got the better speed coming through the exit of turn 9, as now they flick through 10, 11, and 12.
Yeah, and I'm surprised at how much curb they are using in this wet condition.
I mean, normally when you talk about curbing in the wet, you want to stay off of it. That paint gets incredibly slick.
Oh, here's the pass for the lead.
And rain is coming down. Rain is officially coming down on the circuit. Pass for the lead, as you said. Oh, and that outside line, there you can see it on our camera. Oh, there it is. Coming back is Vanchev. He's got it, but does De Alcanar have the fight back? Yes, he does. Down the middle straightaway they go. Vanchev later on the brakes into 6. He takes it back.
Yeah, that was interesting because that time the outside line worked. And, you know, De Alcanar had the inside line, which has been the faster line around 4. But I don't know if Vanchev just had some great grip coming out of that and just kept his momentum through and able to get on the gas a lot sooner.
All right, no little crossover there for De Alcanar. Trying to see if he can get that to play. Doesn't look like it.
No, but this, so far, closest battle on the track. Sarah's back to 5th. Medeiros is just kind of just cranking along, hoping that these guys are going to start battling a little bit more, that maybe give them an opportunity to catch up and make it a 3-car battle.
Yeah, that's what Medeiros is really well. There's the battle that he wants right there as it takes place.
But Madero and Dupuy, they're battling themselves.
Yeah, Dupuy definitely starting to get a little bit of a battle on Paul Medeiros. De Alcanar just trying to find any opportunity that he can to be able to get on by. But again, you've got to be very careful here. As we said, we do have some precipitation officially falling. And that's really going to change things around. All right, Vanchev continues to lead. De Alcanar holding on to that rear bumper. Medeiros has been able to grow a little bit of gap over Dupuy. There you can see it in the background.
Yeah, I just poked my head out. It's coming down, but more of a drizzle, not a very heavy rain, but you know, enough to just keep the track. I don't think it's going to cause any puddling out there, but just more of an annoyance.
All right, so that's some good information to be able to take in. And De Alcanar gets the position. He's back up into first place over Vanchev. Vanchev, although he looks so good there down under the brakes into turn 6. Dupuy has definitely been able to grow that advantage now over Medeiros, that he's got that. So we may see a little bit of separation. Sarah Bradley about 0.3 of a second over Edward Kennedy. Schmeier behind them.
And De Alcanar found something, or Vanchev just had a bobble there. We'll see here when they cross the line on the lap times, but that's a big gap for just a half a lap right there. And he turned to 1:03.9, that's why. And then I think he stuck it in on Vanchev, and that was the reason why Vanchev turned to 1:05. Wow.
Big slide on the exit of turn 3 there. We closing on. That's Sarah Bradley and Edward Kennedy. Schmeier, Doria, Dromalev. Nice little battle there with Sa, and that's Marcia behind them.
Yeah, I was expecting Truchot to be up there a little bit further as battling for this. He won the pre-final yesterday.
Yeah, he did. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe just missed the rain setup a little bit.
Yeah.
Or like we talked about, one little mistake.
One little mistake and it sends you down through the field. That's just how competitive this ROK GP Junior final is for the Florida Winter Tour.
Yeah, De Alcanar's just, his kart's come to its own right now.
Yeah, it really is. He has just hit that sweet spot. I mean, he's got 1.8 seconds on the rest of the field as he continues to pull away.
Yeah, and he's half a second faster than anybody else on the track right now.
Oh, we've definitely got some more rain starting to come down here. We can actually see droplets out of the commentary window, and you can see the rain coming down to the side there on your camera. Oh! Off into the mud, just pushed out a little bit wide.
That was the 277.
That's Drama Leave. I think that was Doria and Sa that they were battling. Or no, that was Sa and Trusho they were battling around. All right, we are getting our way through as Dale Kart continues to lead. Drivers trying to get carts off, or carts together rather. Dale Kart continues to lead 2.6 seconds over Vanchev.
Yeah, ironically, it looks like Dale Kart's cart likes the more water on the track, because that's when he started picking his pace up, is when it started raining outside.
Is there a setup that you can make to do that, or is that just a driver specificity kind of thing?
Well, I mean, if your cart is set up maybe a little too tight, and now the track's more wet, your cart's going to free itself up.
Okay.
So, and what's just been amazing, these Levanto rain tires, I have never seen in my time carts getting inside wheel lift on rain tires on a wet track.
It really is a credit to Levanto for providing these tires. I mean, this is absolutely remarkable, especially when you look across the broad spectrum of motorsports. What's the number one thing that most drivers complain about? Tires. Oh, we've been told that somebody's been given a black flag.
My guess, that might be Doria on that move.
We're hearing that may be the 202 that was given the black flag. Savage? Not sure what that's for.
Yeah, I didn't see anything happening in the back, but we've been paying attention to the lead so much here. Yeah, Dale Kart stretched that up in over 3.5 seconds now, and just set another fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, he is cruising. I think you're right. I think that Kart is just absolutely set up in the right performance window for these conditions. They knocked it out of the park. And as it continues to rain a little bit, continues to come down a little bit more, this is really and truly just exactly what Dale Kart wants to have happen. There you see the rest of the field kind of streaking on by. Sarah Bradley there, Edward Kennedy crossing into the middle of the frame, then Doria, Sa. A little bit closer of a battle there with Drama Leave and Trusho.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the last lap times, and
that's Sa and Marcia.
Dale Kart is a second faster than everybody else out there.
All right, this little battle continues to heat up. This is Sa and Marcia. Marcia chasing, Martin Sa leading the way. Wider line there for Sa. Marcia trying to close on in. A little bit of a wiggle there for that 214 of Marcia. A little bit of a wider line. Maybe a little bit of problem getting the power down. Didn't cost Marcia too much.
No, he had a good run out of there, though, off of that wider line. Definitely has a faster cart. Looks like he may have a pushback bumper popped right there. Yeah, it's flopping around.
And that is a result of contact with the front. That is designed to do that.
Yeah, so these go-karts have basically a bumper on them that has an extension that if you hit somebody too hard, it actually pushes back. And then the bumper becomes floppy, and I think it's a 5-second penalty. So, he may be fighting for a spot here that he's going to go right back, to Sa.
And that, of course, is to prevent too egregious of front-to-rear contact.
Yeah, and it's a go, no-go gauge. So there is, even if you bring film, like some guy brake checked in front of you and you hit him and it pops your pushback bumper, it doesn't matter. You're still getting in a 5-second penalty.
Which sometimes in racing, you need those black and white distinctions. As there we see again, Marcia trying to poke and prod his way forward. pushback bumper or no. He's continuing to go ahead. Roman Doria looking a little bit down to the inside of turn 8. That was going to get a little bit close, but he's been able to hold it out, and that battle's just going to continue on.
Yeah, but that definitely looks like that bumper is floating around a little bit more than everyone else is out there. So, and it's pointing down. So, yeah, to me that means he's going to have a 5-second penalty, which is, sad because he's driving fantastic right now.
Yeah, and once again, we don't know what caused that bumper to be in that pushback position. It could be something like you talked about, that there could have been a brake check and check up in front of him. Taking another look there at the weather, you can see right in the middle of the yellow. Thankfully, the good news is that probably in another minute or so, we're going to pass through the hardest stuff of it, and we are not going to have, knock on your patented ROK Cup block of wood if you are at home, we are not going to have any lightning coming through, which was a real concern at one point in the day.
Yeah, Marshall's sitting there making a hand gesture at Saw, so... And that front down car stretched us out to over 5 seconds now. What a good run for that.
All right, as they come on through, we can confirm, by the way, that was Savage that received that black flag. Still not exactly sure for what, but definitely did receive it. All right, as they come down through the corners here, 1 and 2, down through 3. A little bit of a slide there for Marcia. Marcia just looks like they're losing ground a little bit.
Yeah, I think, definitely Saw's kind of felt the pressure and responded well.
Yeah, exactly. Responded very well to it. Able to fight back from it.
But Marcia gets through 6 so well. He's just hooked up in that cart. Closes the gap.
There's that duck down that we so often see from these drivers as they try to just extract the last moments of speed from these karts. 2 laps to go for these drivers at the line as De Alcar has crossed over.
Yeah, I think maybe what happened there, and I didn't catch it, but Marshall could have made a little bobble because he's right back on the bumper of Saw.
We did see him make a little bit of a bobble through 3 a couple of laps ago, so maybe that is what it is, but he is indeed right back behind. Could also have been a situation where he's just cooling the tires for a moment to launch a full-out attack here on these final 2 laps.
Yeah, the top 5 has kind of just stayed, not much battling going on up there. Everyone's just been kind of putting their paces in and continuing on going, and no one had anything for the Allen car.
No, once he got rolling, once he got up and going, the Allen car really and truly pushed that on through. Leader has taken the white flag, a little bit more of a push there. You can still see a little bit of rain falling on your screen. They're coming to the white flag here, so it is now or never time if you are Cameron Marcia.
Yeah, again, like I said, if that is a pushback bumper, it's a pass. Yeah. Now is he 5 seconds ahead of Bromley?
Close.
No, not enough though. If it is a 5 second, usually it is.
Well, if it is a 5 second penalty, he'll want to push here and try to gain as much time as possible. He may not get that 9th position, but with as close as he is to Bromley, and he's not going to be able to do that math in his head. He's not going to be able to see it.
And he may not even know he is a pushback.
Oh, great move coming out of turn number 5. The crossover there for Cameron Marcia. But there again, Martin Saw just holding it to the inside. But we come to the checkered flag as Victor De Alcanar has taken victory. Van Chapp, who looked so strong earlier in the race, comes home 3rd. Nathan Dupuis, solid 3rd place. We are hearing, by the way, from Savage that that was because of lap traffic. One of the rules here in the series that we clearly weren't aware of is the fact that if you get lapped in the final, you are sent immediately back down into pit lane.
Yeah, that just eliminates having to deal with lap traffic that could cause an issue with faster cars on the track. So that's not uncommon. Other series does it, but usually, this is a national event. So yeah, that's something I didn't even think about.
Look at that. Victor de Alcar.
Oh, look at that. I love that. The emotion. What a run for him. He had the Tony Kart just moving and hooked up. Definitely a class of his own out there today.
Really was. And once again, just that emotion from Victor. Incredible. Big hug there from Alexander Vanchev. That's what it's all about. And there it is.
The #1 plate. Love that.
Puts it on the cart. Tears in his eyes, shaking his fist in glee.
It's what the sport's about right there.
It really is. The emotion bubbling up there for him.
I mean, these parents and these teams spend so much time.
Yeah, really and truly. All right. Well, as we take that beautiful moment in, we're going to take a quick break here away from the microphones. We'll be back with you in just a few moments' time, though. ROK Micro, presented by Orsilon Racing, will be up soon. We continue to walk through the paddock here, and we've been able to catch up with a few more drivers, namely Lennox Lockhart, who is down here next to his car. And Lennox, big weekend here. How do you think everything's going thus far?
I had some issues, but everything's going pretty smooth right now. Very confident for the warm-up.
You mentioned those issues. How do you as a driver kind of work through those problems when you've got it and you've got the big prize of the finals coming in at the end?
Probably just tell my mechanic and try our best to fix her stuff.
All right, trying to fix that stuff, trying to get everything together. Let's talk about this warm-up. Changeable conditions. How do you feel about that? Do you want it to stay a little bit dry, or do you want it to be full wet?
I like racing in the dry, to be honest.
Why do you like the dry so much compared to the wet?
Because it's just more funner to drive in the dry, and you feel more confident. Like in the rain, it's just a little slippery, so you get a little scared when you drive sometimes.
All right. Well, let's talk about this track in particular. We've talked to a couple drivers this weekend. Very interesting in the way that it goes. Lots of challenges. Are there any parts of the track that you absolutely love to be able to throw this kart around on?
Probably coming into 5, 6, and probably 7, because it's a really long turn before you have to go into 8 and 9, which is pretty hard because you have to brake and go on throttle. It's not that easy, and you have to do it super fast.
Well, super fast is always the way to go. But one final question for you. Said you got some confidence for the warm-up. What are you aiming for in this final?
First.
That's the right answer. Lennox Lockhart, everybody. We'll see him on the grid later today. Welcome back to the Florida Winter Tour, a part of ROK Cup. We are headed out for ROK Micro, presented by Orsilon Racing, and it is going to be Zev Gottschalk that leads the way here. Alvaro Madero's Cam Becker, Lennox Lockhart, who you just saw being interviewed, didn't exactly get his wish as rain is continuing to come down a little bit here. And then Dutch Westbrook, your top 5, Aiden Go, Jack Katowski, Mauro Nario, Iker Alvarez, Ajax Capitan Guardano, and your top 10.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see what Lockhart can do here. Top 5 yesterday, a fantastic finish for him. Different conditions than he had to race in yesterday, so we'll see what he can do and respond. Let's see if you gave him a little excitement right there, a little extra oomph with that interview.
Well, I got to tell you, I loved talking to Lennox. Very, very bright kid, able to really articulate exactly how he wanted everything to be. But the thing that impressed me most is I asked him that final question, where do you want to be at the end of the day? And there was no hesitation.
No, not at all.
P1.
Yep.
P1. All right, they're going to bring their way on through. Lockhart, by the way, in that 41 Kart, the Sodi. He's going to be bringing his way out. So we'll have to see where he ends up.
He finished 5th yesterday, so I'm assuming he's starting 5th today.
Yeah, it might be. Our timing and scoring does get a little bit jumbled up as a result of gridding here. So,
which that puts him the 3rd car. He's into Sodi, right? So I think he is on the house. He is 4th.
He is 4th. That's him right there.
Yeah, 41.
All right. Well, one way or the other, he'll have a relatively decent starting position, although maybe not preferred, as that outside line coming through turn 1 can be a little bit treacherous.
Oh, my guess is Westbrook maybe had a penalty yesterday and it moved him back, because that's what I'm thinking. Okay.
All right. Green flag is in the air, and we are racing down into turn 1. Couple of bumps and bruises down into the corner, but they're going to be able to get through cleanly, as they are leading up in the front is going to be Zev Gottschalk. A little bit of shuffling as they try to dive their way down into turn 3. Getting everything together. There you can see them on the exit coming out. It looks like it's relatively single file. 1 cart off into the back. 2 carts.
Going a little
Big
off-road
hop,
right
skip,
there.
and a jump.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. This is the first time that we've seen Gottschalk out there without his partner.
Yeah, we've seen him so many times with Dutch Westbrook that it's kind of become part and parcel of the series.
And as we speak of, Westbrook just threw it in on that corner and gained a ton of time.
Yeah, he did. Didn't get a position, but gained a lot of time as a result of it. It looks like Lennox Lockhart is a little bit farther back in the order, so he's got a little bit more to try to gain back up. Another big move there. That's Dutch Westbrook down to the inside in that number 33 cart. Again, that move didn't work, but he is just poking and prodding, trying to find any way to get on by.
Yeah, he just wants to get up with his buddy up there. But let's tag team it up and roll, and that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah, exactly. All right, as they come across the line, as we said, it is going to be Zev Gottschalk that leads the way. Alvaro Medeiros with a really good run. Cam Becker, Aiden Go, Dutch Westbrook, Nario Lockhart there as they try to sort themselves out. That got a little bit sketchy. Battle up for the lead. Medeiros trying to be able to send it in going into turn number 4. And he's not going to be able to do it, but he's going to be able to get a little bit on the swing back here. Medeiros trying to fight it out with Zev Gottschalk.
Yeah, did Gottschalk make a mistake somewhere? Because he had a significant lead there. And Medeiros just closed the door fast.
Medeiros just absolutely up into the front, pushing his way ahead here.
Yeah, let's see if Nario can do anything as well. The 92 is off.
Jack Katowski. And it looks like the 44 of Iker Alvarez also involved in that. That was a dark horse that I had my names that I had circled.
Yeah.
Alvarez had some pretty good runs there in the pre-final. Focusing back in on your leader, Alvaro Medeiros.
Yeah, he's built a little bit of a lead here. So now we're going to
This is the battle for 4th and 5th. Looks like Nario, Westbrook, and Aiden Go down to the inside. Tries to take a look. Forces Westbrook a little bit wide. That was a little bit naughty, but he got it done.
Looked clean to me.
Let's go.
Here's another pass for Nario. Going for there's the over-under.
Becker trying to keep him up and honest in that number 16. Going to look down to the inside of turn 5. That's not going to play. And good move from Nario. That moves him up into 3rd place in the podium position. There they go. Coming down the back straight away. Top 5 have really created a pretty big break. Top 6, have created a pretty big breakaway. There's a gap between Go and Cesar Augusto Baradas.
Yeah, trying to look for, is that Lennox right there? Yes, it is.
Yeah, Lennox having a little bit of a harder time out there. He told us in that interview we wanted it to be dry, and this is obviously not what he wanted to have happen. Alvaro Medeiros, though, up into the lead of the race into P1, holding on and growing that gap over Zev Gottschalk.
Yeah, he's so far a second faster than really anybody on the track right now. Keeps that pace up, he's just going to check out.
Yeah, very, very much so. Nario, Becker, Westbrook, your top 5. Go. Holds on to 6th. Still that gap with Baradas. Not really holding on to anything there. Looks like Our best battle is going to be for 5th and 6th. I think that's where our closest competitors are going to be.
Yeah, he's got the Orsolon cart hooked up. Hey, sponsor appreciates it, right?
Exactly.
Oh, there's Lennox right there.
Oh, and you can see the disappointment.
Yeah, and I think that is also a Katowski with Trinity Karting Group that was involved in that.
It's a big coming together here. We've got a nice little side-by-side. This is 4th and 5th.
That's Westbrook and Becker, right?
I believe so, yes. It's the 33 and the 78. No, that's Westbrook and Go.
Westbrook and Go.
That's
okay.
actually the battle for P5.
Yes.
Go following. Go chucking it down to the inside, losing it as he went and spinning right around.
All right, that's one of those questions that I keep an eye on the front bumper of Westbrook. He seems to be okay because he took a pretty good shot with that front. That's one of the pushback bumper issues that I'm talking about. That nothing that he could have did to avoid that.
Yeah,
and he could have been penalized for it.
Yeah, it looks relatively okay. I don't see it dragging on the ground.
It's the one behind right there. Westbrook is in the clinic, but you got Gotch Chalk. Really has nothing for Medeiros as Medeiros just keeps laying purple after purple after purple.
Cam Becker going for a little bit of a ride there.
Yeah, it's still raining out there. You can see the pooling. You can see the drops of water in the pools of water on the straightaway there. We're going to be wet for the rest of the day is my feeling.
Yeah, we are. We're going to focus here on this battle between Baradas and Grayson Powers. This is the battle for P7 right now.
Yeah,
Westbrook just ahead of him.
Our little interview yesterday, we haven't aired it yet, but we interviewed Danny O'Gara sitting in 9th right there. Good run for Danny. He's been struggling a little bit this weekend. Great finishes last weekend with Scusa. Expecting some great things out of him this weekend. Battling just a little bit. Moved up to 8th right now, so good run for Danny.
Tipping it out over. That's actually Danny on your screen right there. That's Danny leading the way over Michael Siupka.
Yeah, he's got the MPG Kart Republic.
Well, big move down to the inside there for Michael.
I think that kind of caught Danny off guard a little bit there. But that's a perfect example of the outside line versus that inside line. The inside line's faster mid-corner, but the outside line, you just keep that momentum going and you can hopefully catch up to him and get the pass back.
Yeah, certainly can, and it looked like there at that point Danny actually lost out a little bit. But there goes Siopka out and over the grass, and that's going to lose him that position and that great move that he pulled off.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a shame, but let's see if he can get back up to Danny and continue that battling that they've just had.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great little battle. We'll see if he's got the speed to be able to close it on in. Nice battle here. Yeah. That's the 33 of Dutch Westbrook and the 91 of Grayson Powers. That's going to be the battle for P6 as Westbrook has been able to get that position. But Powers doesn't look like he wants to let it go too quietly. Nope, not going to be able to get it there. Looks down to the inside.
Yeah, as I'm sitting there looking at the lap times, Medeiros is the only one sub-113s and just continually being a half a second faster than everybody else on the track. So he's back there in the third of 113. Jack Katowski did a 113.7, significantly faster than the carts that are around him. So that's someone we need to keep an eye on, that cart number 92.
Yeah, he's going to be one to keep an eye on. Remember, he was involved in that big comings together that we saw earlier on. So that's part of the reason why Katowski's farther down in the order. But the fact that he's still been able to recover up into 11th says a lot about his outright pace.
Yeah, and he just set his fastest lap of the race that last lap. So approaching 5 minutes left to go. I mean, Medeiros, all he can think right now is no mechanical issues.
Yeah.
He's got it on cruise control. He's just like, that's when you start, 2 laps to go, you start hearing everything in your go-kart. You start feeling an extra vibration. And you're just like, okay, I hope Dad tightened my tires down all the way, That's another thing you got to think about. They've been swapping back and forth from rain tires to dry setups, and you move the width of the cart and you change your hubs and stuff like that, did everything get tightened back down. And we're dealing with
worry about it. O'Gara going a little bit wide there. Grayson Powers says, thank you for that opportunity. I'll take it. And he moves his way back on by. O'Gara going to try to fight back here into turn 4. Doesn't quite look like he's going to get it. And they'll stay in single file order with Sayupka starting to, or with Grayson Powers rather starting to sneak away.
Yeah, did Danny catch Powers?
No, excuse me, that is Sayupka. That is Sayupka.
Okay, because I didn't think. Interesting. Let's see if Danny can respond to that.
All right, we're going to focus in on this battle here.
That's
on your
Westbrook.
screen. Yeah, that's Baradas and Westbrook. This is the battle for P5. Westbrook
Tipping
taking
down
a
on the
look.
inside. Made it stick. Good
Nicely
run.
done.
Had a great run through 5.
Carried a little bit too much speed through 12, but was able to roll the momentum well enough that he's going to be able to power away here from Baradas, excuse me. It's a good run there for him.
Yeah, you can just see the rain coming down. It's getting heavier.
Yeah, it really is. 3 minutes and 38 seconds left to go on the clock, plus 2 laps, we should say.
Yeah.
Sayupka loops it at the exit of turn number 4, and he's beached. He is beached. That's the 33 of Dutch Westbrook that we saw there. Westbrook coming down the back straightaway right now. Right behind him is going to be Grayson Powers and Danny O'Gara. What a big battle back there.
That's Danny right there, right? From the MPG? Yes.
Yeah. So things have swapped around here. Looked like that was the 52 potentially.
Yeah, there's Katowski. We were just
No,
talking
the 92,
about him.
yeah.
Danny dropped down, so that must have put Chiavo ahead of him. The 92, yeah, Katowski just made the pass on O'Gara. O'Gara does a quick check behind.
That's Chiavo leading the way. Katowski just got the move on. O'Gara and Sayupka, as we said, is now behind them. So Sayupka was able to get back and re-going. That's him right there in the white cart.
Yeah. He's like that poor O'Gara. Gets around him, he's like that annoying gnat.
Yep.
He's just like, would you just go away, you know? But he keeps coming and coming and coming, and hats off to him for, being able to get your mentality back and your mental grace game after making a mistake.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, it's very impressive that he was able to do that. We watch him here as they come through 6, down into 7. Sayupka putting some pressure on the back of Danny O'Gara. There's that look behind by Danny. Look again. Sayupka coming in strong.
A little over-under right there, yeah.
Nicely done. Nice defense by Danny O'Gara.
Yeah, I was a little worried there by Sayupka. I thought maybe he'd lock the brakes up and it would spin up into Danny, but what great car control.
Jason, take a look at that front bumper.
It looks like a pushdown.
Yeah, that looks like
pushback.
it's pushed back.
But it's not floppy, so sometimes you really can tell when it's floppy, but the way that the angle is down, to me, it seems like he's going to have a penalty there, but...
Well, we'll have to wait to the end of the race to adjudicate that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is the drivers probably aren't even aware of it.
Yeah.
So it's not like any of these drivers have any type of communications with the pits. They have no idea. There's no communication with these helmets. You don't talk to your pit crews. You don't do any of that stuff.
Right. All right, there they go. So this is going to be that number 46 cart. That's Chiavo and Katowski. Katowski down to the inside of turn 8 in the junkyard turn. Gets it done. He's got the run, but is there going to be a little bit of a fight back from Chiavo? No. Katowski able to not only get the pass, but roll more speed. Now here comes Chiavo down to the inside. Katowski fights him back. Here they go, and it looks like that number 92 is good.
That's Katowski.
Yep.
Yeah. That was a good little battle there. I love it when, a lot of times mentally you get into it, you get past, and you're like, I just got passed.
Yeah.
Not these kids.
No.
Like, I want my spot back.
All right, they're going to come across the line here as time expires, so that means that they will cross over next time with 2 laps to go. Katowski able to take it to Chiavo. Oh, and that was a mistake there for the 92 of Katowski.
Just pushing a little too hard, feeling that pressure now.
Oh, and he spins in the back.
Who was that? So
That was Katowski.
again, so he spun and then spun again?
Yeah.
Oh, that's. And then here we go right here. See if Danny can carry. That's speed.
Sayuka.
Yeah.
Both leaning forward. Sayuka's got that preferred line into the high commitment at turn 6, but he
Oh,
washes
wow.
out. Danny able to take in on the over-under. Nice play by O'Gara.
Yeah, I think that definitely is a pushdown bumper. It looks right there, just went right back under him, going into Junkyard Corner.
Little gestures there. Clearly Sayuka not exactly happy about that, but Danny's got the inside line. Oh, a little bit of a slip and slide there for Sayuka, and Danny O'Gara is going to be able to hold on to what will be 8th position.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if many people know that Danny is Sarah Fisher's son. IndyCar driver Sarah Fisher's son. So he's got some great racing lineage in him. So, and they also own Whiteland Raceway Park. So he spends a lot of time at a go-kart.
Yeah, he does. Sayuka now with the attack back. Down into the corner. Through 1 and 2. Sayuka going to be able to hold that out and carry on. O'Gara not able to get the run into 4. Looks like he's going to be a little bit too far back to do the same into turn 5.
Yeah, Danny's just running a conservative race, not really making any mistakes. And it looks like Katowski is kind of, or who's that? Who is he running with? Oh, Suka is running on the edge.
Yeah.
You know, doesn't care if he makes a mistake. He's just fast.
Yeah, he's absolutely running it to the extreme limit. And that's the two different ways to think about racing, really and truly. Camilla Kanash coming up behind.
Yeah, Medeiros is a 10-second.
Yeah. That's Dutch Westbrook on your screen right there coming through turn 12.
Gottschalk got back up to 2nd. I know we're not really following the leader as much here because there's not much action going on in that top 5. The action's obviously been going on in the middle of the pack right now, and you can just see that rain coming down.
Yeah. That's the 33 of Gottschalk, or the 33 of Westbrook. Wet line into the corner, trying to avoid some of those big puddles that are starting to pop up on the inside of turn 4.
Yeah, it's definitely starting to.
There's Gottschalk on your screen, Gottschalk and Nario.
This is the battle that we probably should be watching. Last lap here. Let's see if Nario can just.
And there's your victor, Alvaro
Dominant
Medeiros. Absolutely ran away with that one. And here comes the run to the line. Is Gottschalk going to hold on to it? Yes, he is. And
There's
you can
your
see
podium.
the fist bumps there from Gottschalk and Nario.
That was fantastic. Again, kids never disappoint.
No, never ever do. Here comes Cam Becker to the line. And the unsung hero of the race for me, Cesar Augusto Baradas.
Yeah.
I haven't really called his name all race long, all weekend long rather, and he came through and dominated in that 5th place position.
There comes Westbrook in 6th, and Chiavo 7th. Then you got Suka in 8th, Danny in 9th, and then Francisco rounding out your top 10. Well, the lovely thing is now they get to go home,
Yep.
tear these go-karts down to the bare frames because they've been ran into water and basically rebuild the whole entire car.
Exactly. Well, for us, folks, that's going to be a quick break away for you. We'll be back this afternoon. We're going to take a little break, as we said, get some lunch, get some food in our bellies. We'll be back with you at about 12:10 Eastern Time. In the meantime, on behalf of our excellent production crew, as well as Jason Ewers, my name is DJ Clark, and it's a real pleasure to bring you back here. Again, we'll be back at about 12:50 for Rock Mini.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became two, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
Welcome back. Jason Ewers here with Florida Winter Tour. As you can see, we're a little bit of a weather delay. Mother Nature is not playing along with us really well today. Lightning strikes within 10 miles, so we're still within that 20-minute window. Just wanted to give you guys a little update of what we're looking at. Definitely going to be wet conditions for the remainder of the day. We had a couple warm-up sessions make it before the lightning strikes. We still have two more morning sessions, warm-up sessions to go for the afternoon racers, and then we'll start our finals. But with that being said, we started an interview earlier with TKG Sean Bailiff, and we're going to go ahead and restart that interview, and he's going to walk us through the types of karts that you are seeing on the track today.
Good morning from Florida Winter Tour ROK Cup. Jason Ewers here with Sean Bailiff. I wanted to kind of introduce all the viewers out there, just the kind of differences in the chassis or in the karts and the classes that we have. You're out there watching it. You're probably wondering, why is that kart a little bit different than that kart? And I don't think anybody better to talk about this than TKG's owner, Sean Bailiff. Sean, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having us. And we're a little new to ROK, but in general, karting is all the same as far as the class structure. It's just different brands. But and obviously, if you search go-karting, via the web, it can be ultra confusing.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
I'd be glad to help here explain this. But so this is the top level. This is the 125 category. Most of the pro racers run this, short of shifters. No shifters here this weekend, but it's a 125cc single-speed water-cooled engine. It produces about 30 horsepower. So this is the age group between 11 and 80 if you want.
Sure.
So they have three different classes, junior, senior, and masters in this category. So it's a fantastic way of getting going as far as karting goes, obviously, but this is the premier class for the single speeds for sure. So and then you go over to the VLR 100cc class, which is an air-cooled, a little more affordable, better starter package for the young kids, but same scenario where you have the age group from 11 up to 80 if you want with the Masters. We've had a 76-year-old racing, so it's pretty good. But air-cooled, single speed, not as complicated without the water system on it. 100cc, but still single speed.
And horsepower, what are they kind of putting out?
Horsepower is right around 21, so about 6-7 horsepower less.
And the nice thing, though, let everyone know that these have electric starts on them as well, which makes it so much nicer than the old days when you have to carry like that external starter.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. It's changed karting over the last 10 years for that. So you can less people working. You don't have to have the guy with the starter, as you mentioned. The age structure, it's restricted on junior, so they put an exhaust restrictor to slow the kids down a little bit. Although with the weight and the restriction, the juniors are about the same speed.
Yeah, we've noticed that. So it's pretty impressive what they're able to do, with that restrictor on the kart.
But yeah, so then there's the cool part is what I love most is seeing the little kids from seven up. So
let's go down and see those.
Yeah, so this is the 60cc, they call it micro and mini. So it is restricted the same way from age group, but this goes from, I believe the minis are 7 to 9, and then 9 to 12 for that age group. But this is where it's, for me, where it all starts. There obviously in some karting, there's a kid kart class from 5 to 8, but this is the proper way to go if you're wanting to get involved in it. 60cc, similar restrictions, air-cooled. it's amazing to watch these little kids do what they do in this class. So Jack Katowski here is doing a great job. His second year in karting, so he's doing a phenomenal job for us.
And if you notice, the chassis are smaller. And I think the other differentiations, besides the restrictors, you guys are on a restricted gear ratio, correct?
Yeah, that's something new to us because I think that's a great idea in the micro class.
Yeah.
Mini's open as far as the gear ratio goes, but I'd be lying if I knew what that ratio is right now. I'm a little above these guys. Yeah, I think it's 1079 for that. But
and if anybody else notices, they're on rain tires. So Mother Nature dumped on us this morning. So now they're set up for rain. If you looked at yesterday, a lot of the kids were early sessions were rain tires. Then we dried out, and then now we're going to go back to rain sessions. So how does that change your strategy?
For sure, there's some setup changes with the caster as such, track widths and that, but a lot of the time the biggest gain is in how well your driver does, keeping out of the main racing line. If you're on the racing line, that's where the oil and rubber is, so the drivers have to change their driving technique, get out of the greasy stuff that's normally the traditional racing line. Right now it's kind of in that mixed condition, so that's awful frustrating for us as team owners because you got to make some decisions. If you make them wrong, the parents aren't real happy with you. But right now, I think the way the forecast is looking, we're going to probably be pretty wet here soon.
Yeah, and I tell you what, I went to the grid yesterday for the VLR juniors, and everybody had their sticker tires on. So everyone was gambling that it was going to rain today. So if it doesn't rain, it's going to be interesting to see who didn't go stickers yesterday for that pre-final session and how that's going to benefit them going on brand new tires compared to others who are on used tires.
Absolutely. We saw that last weekend. One guy made that gamble, and it paid off big. So, awesome. Yeah, so for sure.
All right, Sean, I know you guys got to get these karts on track, so I appreciate your time and great luck to you guys this weekend and hope you guys do the best today.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Sean.
Continuing on with some of our conversations down in the paddock, we've caught up with Mike Burrell, ROK Cup director. And Mike, pretty good weekend. Weather looks like it's a little touch and go, but I've got to imagine from your perspective you're pretty happy thus far.
Yeah, we're pretty happy. Good amount of entries, especially in the VLR classes. They're super strong. Competition's been great. It's been pretty good racing so far. Rather clean, which we're happy about. But we hate to discipline anybody, but we're not afraid to either. But no, it's been good so far. The weather's a little iffy, but that's what makes such good racers, especially at this level, is being able to adapt to changes in the conditions, the track, and everything.
Well, talk to me a little bit about what it takes to be able to put on an event like this. Obviously, the logistics, a little bit crazy to get everything organized, but from your perspective, how do you go about getting together a Florida Winter Tour like this?
I don't think anyone truly knows until they've done it and put together an event. They can't appreciate it. I was on the racing side of it for 20 years, and then when I got on this side of it, I was like, good Lord, the amount of information and logistics, details, everything that has to try to come together. The best part is you got to have a good core group of people, and we've got that. We've got some consistent people here with the ROK Cup that have been here since the beginning of the series. So, I mean, rely on good people and it all happens.
Engine's starting to fire up because we're getting closer and closer to that time to roll off, but I wanted to talk to you a little bit about these Levanto tires. One of the things we have heard so much from these karters this weekend is how fantastic they are and how grippy they are.
Yeah, I think right now we probably got the best tire in karting. It's consistent, it's fast, it's consistent, it's got a lot of grip. All the classes don't seem to have any issues with them at all. We're just real happy right now with the tire.
And for the rest of the Florida Winter Tour, where do we head? Where can people check it out?
Well, we come back here in February, Valentine's weekend, get together and show some love with all your racing friends. And then after that, we take a little detour. We're going to Texas to end the Florida Winter Tour. So it's a deal with this year where we're partnered with SCUSA still, and it just worked out good for both of us to go, and they're going to start their pro tour. We'll be the week before, so it'll be a great warm-up race for anybody that's going to do the SCUSA race the next weekend. So, we'll end over in Texas, but we're working on being back in Florida full-time.
All right, well, while you work on that, we're going to let these drivers get to work on their engines. I'm sure you can hear them firing off in the background. Thank you so much, Mike.
Thanks, DJ.
Welcome, Jason Ewers here with ROK Cup USA. Thought we'd do something a little different with our interviews here. We're going to interview Michelle Bailiff, who's, I would say, the culinary queen of TKG Karting, which is Trinity Karting Group.
Yeah, no,
these are long weekends, and you guys, especially back-to-back weekends like you guys have had, and nutrition plays a key role in everything. Just kind of want to get what you do for your team and the kind of food that you prepare for them and what you kind of look for.
So I'm typically making sure that I always have fruit and usually some kind of salad or healthy stuff. Today I did hot dogs because the little ones love hot dogs, and I got to make sure they eat too. If they don't eat, they get famished out there and can't keep running. So today we call them slot dogs because they're nice, and I'm making a nice little slot. I have a little slot dog machine over there.
I like it. I was like, those got some great grill marks on them.
Yes, and for some reason the kids think they taste better.
Well, you know what?
And literally everything tastes better at the track, and I always blame it on the race fumes.
The race fumes always. Nothing compliments anything better than the smell of petroleum in the air. So, absolutely. Well, let's go over here and look at the other stuff that she's offering. We're not going to burn your dogs, are we?
Okay, no, I think I'll be all right.
Of course, I think the biggest thing is hydration. So as you can see, soft drinks, Gatorade, water's over here for the teams. But look at the nice little setup they have. This is fantastic. So as she said, they've got their fruit. You need a little bit of pickup with some cookies. Oh, sweet, absolutely. I mean, this is fantastic. As a racer, me being a racer forever, I didn't get this. We had to eat the concession stand food at our local racetrack. So this is fantastic. You got your proteins, you got your carbs, everything you need to perform at your highest that you can possibly do. So what's besides hot dogs, what's the second favorite thing of your team?
Hamburgers.
Hamburgers?
I do cheeseburger. I did cheeseburgers yesterday with grilled chicken, cheeseburgers, and then I always usually do a salad with that. And try to keep some fruit on. I always have fruit.
Always have fruit.
Yeah, always have fruit just because it keeps them hydrated and full. And
awesome.
Yeah, low calorie way to.
Well, fantastic. Well, thanks, Michelle, for your time. I know you got to get back to feed these hungry drivers. Again, Jason with Florida Winter Tour. Hope you enjoyed just a little look behind the racing teams with our cuisine queen, Michelle Bailiff. Thank you. Welcome, Jason Ewers back here with Rock Cup USA. We have Gavin Bailiff here. We thought we'd get a nice little interview with Gavin. With the Trinity Karting Group, I've known you guys for a long time. I'm from the Midwest, from Indiana. You guys are from Ohio, so I see you guys all over the place. And, one thing that shocked me this year was change of chassis brands, and it was late in the season change chassis brands. So kind of wanted to get your input on how a team like you guys completely changed strategies by going with a completely new chassis.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of work that goes into it back home. Obviously, it's a difficult situation to try and change everything over, but we've got a really good group of guys that is able to do it, and we've got two drivers that are also mechanics, me and my brother, and we can develop the chassis at home with the Motorsports Country Club, and we can also work to get it all to happen.
Nice. So I know that what's the affiliation with PSL? Are you guys trading information back and forth this weekend and as of last weekend?
Yeah, it's been a great effort. PSL and I and Trinity, we've been overlaying data and taking our experience and our knowledge and overlaying it with theirs, and just getting everyone up to speed really quick. Obviously, it's a really big change to change chassis brands like this, so having the development with them already being on the chassis for so long and just our experience with multiple different brands of chassis, we've been able to get up to pace really quick.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt in my mind at all. So, let's talk a little about your guys' experience with running the ROK Cup. You guys run a lot of different races. You guys run Stars, you run SCUSA, and you're running ROK Cup. What is it about the VLR packages that you guys really like?
Yeah, it's been so long since we've really raced in a ROK Cup series. ROK Midwest back in 2016 was our first time, our last time doing it. But to be here and racing on the Florida Winter Tour, it's great. The VLR package is awesome. It's so similar to the K100 package that IAME produces, so I think it's really good for drivers to be able to develop in between the two chassis and the engines. I think it's great.
I think the question for me is, because you guys ran last weekend and you guys were on MGs, this weekend we're on the Levantos, times are faster. Like yesterday, a couple seconds faster, which is significant. Is that tire, is that engine, is it a combination of both?
I think it's definitely a combination of both. I think the VLR package has a little bit more get up and go, and the tire, obviously, I think just is grippy. I mean, it's a solid tire. I really like it.
Yeah, and I never, we have as an option in the Midwest. It's just hard to get people to change tire brands. I mean, it really is. So what do you do differently to your chassis from running two different tires?
Really, they're pretty similar. What MG produced this year is a bit softer, so it's easier to get a tune on the Kart. But really, the Kart, it's just so good. We leave it standard and just tune the drivers to it.
Oh, that's always good to hear. So, hey, I always like to do this, give you a chance to thank some of your sponsors.
Absolutely. Thank you to Trinity Karting Group, Burrell Art, PSL Karting, obviously ROK for putting this event on. It's a great time. Orthopedic Associates for always helping us out, and to everyone involved. It's awesome.
Awesome. Gavin, I really appreciate it. Good luck for the remainder of the day.
Thank you.
All right. Good. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So much for sticking with us, race fans, through the rain delay. And now for a live track report, we go down to Jason Ewers, who's going to give us a little idea of what it's like down on track.
Jason here on a wet track. As you can see, though, the skies are opening up a little bit. The sun's starting to come out, but I think the track is just too wet to dry situation later in the afternoon. As you can tell, puddles everywhere, standing water everywhere. How does that affect the racing? A lot. We saw earlier, track wasn't quite this in earlier sessions this morning, so
I'm
quite
not going
a
to be
bit
able to ask
more
him a question. I
standing
can't
water
hear him.
than we've seen all weekend long.
All good.
So
Don't
what we want
worry
to
about it.
see
Don't worry about it.
is how the drivers are going to adjust their driving styles. Those rooter tails, but as those rooter tails are going to be a lot larger right now with all the standing water on the track. So with that, we're about ready to go green with our afternoon final. Send it back to DJ.
Well, thank you so much, Jason. A great view down there as he's able to check that out. We love to be able to get that kind of information of the ground effect of exactly how this is all going to play out, and that's why we're so happy to have Jason here up in the booth with us. Or, well, I shouldn't say up in the booth. I should say down on the ground. But he'll be back up with us in a little bit. But, yeah, as he said, lots of rain coming into this track. This rooster tail is going to be very, very difficult, and I think this is going to put a premium really on what we talked about earlier and yesterday in terms of making sure that you're starting towards the front of the field and that you're starting in good position, because if you don't, you can find yourself in a world of hurt when it comes to all of those pockets around the track. The other thing to keep in mind here is that preferred line coming into turn one, definitely not great to be offline going in there. Santiago Orioli going to be starting off in pole position here for our ROK Micro category, powered by Orsilon Racing. Jaden Francisco, Alex Chandler, Cameron Johnson, Ludmila Ibarra, your top five. Keep an eye here up for T7, though. That's going to be Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. He's been pretty quick here over the course of the weekend. He's going to be one to watch out for. There you can see our micros making their way around. Excuse me, our minis. What am I saying? We are in the mini, ROK Mini category, powered by AM Engines. Have to excuse me there, folks. Didn't switch over my sheet. But Orioli definitely going to be the one to watch out for here up at the front of the field. I'm going to be interested to see specifically off of that start line what Francisco's going to do, if he's going to dive down early on it or if he's going to try to hang it out around the outside with all of the slick, all of the wet that we see offline. I've got to think that main line is going to be wanting to go down low. But, again, only time will tell on how that is going to shake out. It's just about 2 o'clock here. Call it 5 to 2. So we are about, let's call it 2 hours behind schedule, courtesy of that weather that came through. There we go, as Jason Ewers comes back up into the booth after that excellent reporting down there on the field. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for giving us that information.
Oh, no problem. Here we are, starting of some of the best racing we've seen all weekend. Some of the best racecraft we've seen all weekend.
Yeah, these young kids have really done a great job. And again, this is the ROK Mini class, so 9 to 10 years old, 245-pound carts, and the ROK Mini engine on them. And this, of course, sponsored by AM Engines. So very, very thankful that they are able to come aboard on here as a sponsor. We were just talking a little bit about, well, frankly, that red cart, Jaden Francisco, and the dilemma that he's going to have coming into turn one, whether he's going to want to try to hold it around the outside in what could be a very sketchy run through turn one, or if he's going to try to duck down low and get onto that low line.
Yeah, I mean, they did their warm-up session before the rain came in. Mm-hmm. So it's a completely different track. But the story for me is back here starting at 14th is Mikey Collins. In the warm-up session, he was 3 seconds faster than anybody else on the track. So is he going to be able to keep that pace that he had in the warm-up sessions? And if that's the case, how fast is he going to work his way through that field?
Well, we'll have to watch out for that. Keep an eye on that number 130 Kart as we get ready to go back to green flag racing here at the Orlando Kart Center, part of the Florida World Tour 4 ROK Cup. And there are your flagmen giving the indication of where the start zone is. Everything lined up. There they go, and there goes the green. It's a good getaway there for Orioli. Francisco going to try to hang it out around the high side. Kart's diving up into the middle. That's going to be a little bit chaotic, but somehow we get through everything cleanly. Oh!
And I think that's Chandler that took the lead, went from second all the way to first.
It's Cameron Johnson. It's Cameron Johnson, the 111 Kart.
Ah, okay.
Able to get up there and just slice and dice his way through. Orioli now starting to pressure him with Francisco running in third. All right, here they come down into turn 6. Orioli looking to the inside of 6. That'll obviously switch back into 7. A little bit of a 3-kart breakaway here with Johnson, Orioli, and Francisco. That's the 3 that we watch right now. By the way, we should tell you that this has been diminished courtesy of the rain delay. We are running 10 minutes plus 2 laps for this ROK Mini powered by AM engines. For everything else, we will be at 13 plus 2.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's mad at that.
No. These are going to be pretty sketchy, pretty hazardous conditions here for these karters. Big move down to the inside, though, for Francisco. Going to try to get that to play over Orioli. Orioli sees it coming, able to get the cross back on the end of the corner, but not able to get it to run. Check back behind. There's that indication. Maybe give me a little bit of a bump for Francisco. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, one of the ones that we said to watch out for, currently runs in 4th. Then Dominic Gaddis, Luca Besseril, Nico Salazar, Liam Van Beek, Colton Schenningberg, and Ludmila Ibarra in 10th.
Yeah, I thought Mikey would make some more moves. He's actually dropped 4 positions from his advancement all the way up to 11th. So we'll see if maybe he just got shuffled around a little bit there and kind of collect his composure and start putting down some good lap times.
Francisco, the one on the attack, though, here at this point, trying to be able to find a way by Jaden Francisco. Look down to the outside, now looks down to the outside again into turn number 8. Not going to play out, but all that battling is allowing for Cooper Lorenzo Lopez and Dominic Gaddis to start to catch up on these leading 2.
Yeah, that second trio is definitely catching them. So we got Lopez, Gaddis, and Besseril all in that back 3, but behind them, this is at the end of this race. This is quite possibly going to be a 10-kart shootout.
Yeah, it certainly could be, especially if we see Francisco continuing to battle as hard as he is with Santiago Orioli. Orioli able to get that run over him here at this point. But this is all music to the eyes of Cameron Johnson, who at the end of lap 2 has a 0.6 of a second advantage over Orioli and Francisco.
Yeah, he came from nowhere right there. Like, he was battling for second and third and then kind of got the lead. I think his tires came in, and now watch him. He's just kind of slowly extending that lead.
Yeah, and we're seeing there exactly one of the things you were talking about, that ultra-wide line down through turn 4, making sure to avoid any of that wetness down on the inside.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. As we saw in the adult classes earlier this morning, there was 2 lines, high and extremely low, to where they're almost getting a whole cart over the curb. I haven't seen any of the minis do it yet, and it might be because those curbs just upset these smaller chassis too much.
Yeah, that certainly could be the case. A little bit of movement from behind from Gaddis on Lorenzo Lopez. Same can be said for Francisco and Orioli, but it doesn't look like Orioli's going to send anything by. They keep going around here, down through turn number 9. A little bit of movement from behind. We're going to jump back and take a look here at that battle between 4th and 5th, as that is Dominic Gaddis able to send a move on Lorenzo Lopez, but Lorenzo Lopez gives it right back. There's that tuck ahead as he tries to hurry himself up a little bit. Besseril looking in behind Colton Scheiningberg, starting to close in a little bit as well. If these 3, frankly, continue to battle. But right now, we've got our eyes. There comes a little bit of a move from Dominic Gaddis. He clearly wants this 4th place position. He's going to take the inside line, shoves out Lorenzo Lopez just a little bit, and there he's got it. And now it's going to be 2 for 1 as Besseril comes down to the inside.
Besseril took full advantage of those 2 fights.
Yeah, it really does. That was great stuff there from Besseril, able to take that away, but it looks like there that Lorenzo Lopez is going to hang it out and keep it going, but this now is allowed for the 117 of Scheiningberg to get back into the equation.
Yeah, and then right behind him is sitting with Salazar.
Oh, Kart spun out ahead. That may have been Francisco. I couldn't get a great view at it, but it definitely looked like a red Kart. It is. I can confirm that that was Jaden Francisco that spun. That'll put him well down the order.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Had a good cart. I don't think he's going to be able to make up enough space right now to be able to fight back up to that podium spot.
I don't think he is either. That view that we saw there, though, was Cooper Lorenzo Lopez trying to go 3 wide as they come off of turn 2, dropping back there as they try to
4
fan
wide
themselves
almost.
out. My goodness gracious, trying to be able to figure out how they're going to be able to do this. Besserell, Schoenenberg, Salazar, and Pavin. All right, as they come out of turn number 3, diving down into turn 4, looking. There's that super low line that you talked about, and that's going to be a nice little hit in the back there for the 154 of Pavin.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, the sun is out, and they are displacing a significant amount of water out there. So we're going to probably end up seeing some light gray showing up on this track by the end of the day.
By the end of the day, if we do see that, it could present a very interesting race, particularly looking at the ROK VLR Junior category. They come around right now. There you see the lead of that group in that red cart is Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, followed by Besserell Schoenenberg, and that's Salazar taking a little bit of a look down to the inside of Schoenenberg.
Yeah, I tell you right now, though, Cameron Johnson's going to have a mirror full of Orioli here quite soon as he just dropped. Actually, Gaddis just went purple on that last lap.
Yeah, Dominic Gaddis in 3rd position, that 114 cart, but he still has about 2 seconds to try to make up to Santiago Orioli, and those times are only about 3/10 away from each other. Going to be hard to be able to close that down in the final 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps, but crazier things have happened.
Absolutely.
Big move down to the inside for Pavin, and he's going to get it done, and that is going to move Pavin up into 5th place.
Yeah, the 154 there of Pavin's. Come on, Salazar, I need some help. Like, asking for that push.
Yeah, trying to see if he can get that push. He wants to try to chase down Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. I unfortunately think that Gaddis, with the times that he's laying down, is a little bit out of touch. Nevertheless,
yeah, he's got that cart hooked up.
All right, Lorenzo Lopez now leading this little pack. Besserell behind Asher Pavin as they close up on in. A little bit of a look from behind there from, I think, that is Ludmila Ibarra. No, excuse me, that is Pavin there. Here they come across the line. We'll get a time and scoring reset. Pavin, Besserell, Salazar. That was Salazar that was taking that look. Ludmila Ibarra starting to look in a little bit behind.
Gaddis is going to be, took a second off that time.
That's impressive.
I mean, went purple with a 1:10.9. A good half second faster than anybody else on the track right now.
Yeah, the question's going to be is if he can keep that up for what will ostensibly be 3, maybe 4 more laps if he's not going to overcook the tires in this state.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but I think Johnson's just comfortable up there in the lead, not pushing the cart too hard. Orioli is probably trying to give everything he can possibly can to catch up to Johnson right now. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, it just doesn't happen. He was about 300ths of a second slower, but here comes the move. We said it was going to be coming along. Pavin starting to look onto the back of Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. Here he goes as they fly out of turn 9 right now, down into turn 10, looking for that little switch back and forth. Can't find it, and he's going to have to shut the door, will Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. They swing out wide on the exit there of turn 12, back onto the main straightaway. The 154 starting to build a little bit of speed here. He's going to look down to the inside, and he's going to have to poke back into line right now. Besserell definitely looking to try to pick up the pieces a little bit if Pavin is going to drop the ball.
Yeah, this is making itself out to be a great final minute to go in this race. And we got a nice little battle there between those 4 cars.
And that's Alex Chandler and Ludmila Ibarra that we see on your screen right now. The 139 being chased by the 196.
Yeah, trying to keep Mikey Collins just, I don't know if he can get clean track, just kind of stuck, because it is really kind of a one-lane track right now.
Yeah, with all of the weather that we've had out there, it really does diminish down the ways that things go. Here we go, down the back straightaway. Oh, contact farther in the back. That looks like the 188 potentially. I couldn't get a clear eye on it, but definitely some contact farther back through.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, 33 seconds left on the clock. We will be 3 laps to go at the line.
I'm going to take myself down to the scales and see if I can get an interview if Cameron Johnson can hold off with the victory here.
All right, so he's going to head off that way, and he's going to be able to do that as we go back to live coverage. We watch this battle side by side up for Asher Pavin and Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. Pavin finally got it to play. Meanwhile, this battle farther back in the field. Oh, there comes a little bit of a run. That's Alex Chandler that's worked his way forward past Ludmila Ibarra. There you see just the slip angle as they come through turn 6, just how much there is to be given in these little mini karts. And look at that, Pavin starting to streak away up the front of this field now that he has been able to get clear of Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. Meanwhile, defensive move in the back from Besseril trying to cover off Nico Salazar. Salazar in that Dayglow helmet trying to be able to find a way by, but he's got to watch from behind. Alex Chandler is right there as well. Chandler in that yellow and red helmet that you see. Trying to make the push here, though, comes Besseril. Let's see if he's got anything to do. 2 laps to go at the line. Looking down to the inside. There goes Chandler trying to make it run in that Dayglow helmet. Going to be side by side with Besseril. Besseril in the 135. Goes for a spin, goes for a splash. And that's going to be Besseril. They're going to have to clean that card off in big fashion. Such great work by our camera crew to be able to catch that. This battle not going anywhere, though. Besseril is out of it, but Chandler, Salazar, and now Ludmila Ibarra, who has been able to move up into, I believe, 6th place. It's the 138 of Salazar in the back of it. Chandler in the middle of the sandwich. Ibarra leads the group. That battle up for 4th place has died off a little bit. Pavin and Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. Defensive line as they come down the back straightaway here for Ludmila Ibarra. Here they come down through 10 and 11. We've seen some sneak attacks here, particularly in the wet. Looks like a little bit of a move there from the 196 of Alex Chandler on the 139 of Ludmila Ibarra. Ibarra able to hold it. Chandler going to look down to the inside into turn 1. Going to push Ibarra a little bit wide. That's some good, clean racing. Exactly what you want to see. No contact, just sort of the smell of it. And now Ibarra with a great move down to the inside of turn number 4. Able to make that play. And the 139 of Ibarra will hold on to 6th place for the moment. Chandler gives a look behind to check Salazar's position. Oh, and that was a big send there by Chandler down into turn number 6, able to make it play and get the advantage over Ludmila Ibarra. And now he has taken off like a bullet from a gun. Question's going to be is if Salazar is going to be able to challenge to Ludmila. They're going to be side by side as they come out of the corner, and we cut over to your victor here today. Cameron Johnson able to take victory over Santiago Orioli. Dominic Gaddis in 3rd place to round out your podium. And it looks like there, Asher Pavin, Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, Alex Chandler able to get the run, but Ludmila Ibarra does hold off an attack from Nico Salazar. Colton Scheiningberg comes home in 9th at Jaden Francisco, Melville Dos Santos. There we go, down onto the grid as we see Cameron Johnson getting out, coming out of the scales. A big number 1 thrown up into the air. Going to wait for that helmet to go off, and we send it down to our friends.
Well, we're down here with our winner, Cameron Johnson. Cameron, dominant performance, unbelievable job. really didn't get challenged by anybody. Walk us through those last couple laps and what's going through your mind, and what did you guys do to the car to just make this thing so much faster than everybody else?
Just making the engine go fast, more grip and all that. Just, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, obviously you've got some sponsors here. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my sisters, Franklin Motorsports, my mechanic, Jamie, Scott, Zanello Racing Engines, and my dad.
Oh, awesome, fantastic. Yeah, you had that Merlin hooked up. Congratulations, well deserved.
All right, that was your Victor Cameron Johnson down on with our very own Jason Ewers. Big hang loose there and a wonderful sight to see from the Orlando Kart Center. We're so happy we are able to get those pictures and those interviews down there, as we do have a little bit of a pickup going on track. So we're going to go pay the bills real quick. We'll be right back with your next race, which is going to be the ROK VLR Masters powered by Rocket Engines.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became two, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America, and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
As they enter into the acceleration zone, green flag flies. We are racing. Big slide farther back in the pack. Couple of micros going a little bit sideways, but they're going to hold it together. Pressure from Luca Besseril. Besseril looks outside for speed. Now down into turn 4. Got it. This position going to go to the inside of turn 1. Got it. The lead of it. Whoa, cross back, crossover.
I don't think battling each other is the way to go right here.
Oh, almost a little bit of a swiggle there for Trusho in that purple car. Here comes Del Bon to the line. Look at him, he's so excited. Welcome back to the Orlando Kart Center for round 1 of the Florida Winter Tour of the ROK Cup. We are getting ready for ROK VLR Masters powered by Rocket Engines. And the hardest working man in karting right now, Jason Ewers, back up in the booth with me.
Whew, I'm getting my steps in today.
Yes, he is. He just ran all the way down from the scales, from the booth to the scales to the booth. He's going to be doing that a couple of times here today to give us those winning interviews here.
You know what? It's worth it, though. Just to see the excitement on her little face was just fantastic. But you know what? I didn't think she didn't expect to win. I don't. There was not as much excitement there as I thought. So I think she was going out going, I got this.
Yeah, she very clearly had that air of confidence and way to get going, so we love to see that. But now we move on into the ROK VLR Masters Pro Masters Final, powered by Rocket Engines, as we said. Alexander Del Bon going to be leading the way here. Paul Elefante behind him. Alvarez, Pavin, Falcone, Santiago, Yi, Perez, and Isaac.
I feel like we've said these last names before.
I think we've got some
fathers out here, you think?
Yeah, I think that's what we've got here in particular. Now, one of the drivers you've kind of had your eye on over the course of this entire run, Scott Falcone, hasn't been able to deliver the results here that necessarily promised, but maybe in time in the final he'll be able to turn it on.
Yeah, and that's the time you need to turn it on. All else is just kind of bush league until now. So we've got that going on, and Del Bon pretty dominant yesterday.
But we had a pretty good battle there for second, third, and fourth on back. So we'll see if that continues or if the rain is going to change this at all.
Well, I mean, we've seen this change around time in and time out. We are, by the way, as we promised, we are going to get a change schedule here in terms of time to run. It will be a 13-minute plus 2 event. So that is what we are seeing here. 13 plus 2 will be the event time for this Masters race. So that is where that will stand. But, yeah, I mean, if anybody can question and close here on Delbon, I think it's going to be because of incident, because of a mistake Delbon makes.
Yeah, and I think Alvarez has got the pace to stay up there with him. And so does Falcone if he's got everything firing. I've seen Scott run for many years, so I know he definitely has the winning mentality.
All right, we'll see if he is able to get that together. Delbon, though, leads the field out of turn number 12 through the little kink onto the start-finish straightaway. Slowing it down a little bit onto the grid. There they go. There goes the green. Seeing the sign for a wave off there in the back. Delbon. False start. I thought Delbon went a little bit early.
Did he? All right. All right, one more lap to get those tires warmed up, get themselves realigned back up, and then start all over again.
Yeah, I saw that, and I'm not sure who that was in the back. Maybe it was, I think it may have been Santiago in that yellow helmet. I saw him, as they came out, point up to Delbon and kind of give a wave, as if to say he went early. And I've got to say, if you look at that jump, if you look at the break in that field, it really did look Delbon had a huge advantage.
Right off the bat, yeah. So, absolutely. Good catch.
Yep, they'll re-rack, restack, and try this again. This train apparently goes by our commentary box, so I was not aware there was a train nearby.
I had no idea either. That's very interesting.
All right, you learn something new every day. Now we're going to line up again. Elefante on the outside in that 708.
You see Isaac back there just scrubbing down his visor like being all the way out in the back like that. Unfortunately, he's catching everyone's rooster tail.
Yeah, exactly. He's got a lot to deal with. Alvarez starting third. As we get ready, coming on through.
There we go.
Entering on into the starting zone once more. Giving indication of the flags.
Acceleration zone.
There we go. Looked like
Delbon
may have got a little bit of a shove in the back, but Alfonte going to come down to the inside. Alfonte
spins! Oh, no!
And I don't know who that was, but that was a whole lot of water coming up and over the body.
Oh, is that Delbon that just went off track there?
It may have been. Yes, it was. And now Falcone is up into the lead. I think that may be Santiago fighting with them here at this point, up in that white helmet. Here as they come down into turn 6. That's the triple. No, that's Alvarez. That's Alvarez. That's the 777, and so that's the fight. Delbon now back down in third.
I can tell you right now, Falcone's been in the lead many times in his life. He's not going to make. Well, never mind.
No, you jinxed him. Yeah, absolutely jinxed him.
I was like, he's going to make that kart super wide, but Alvarez said no, thank you.
And Alvarez very, very late on the binders coming down into turn number 9. That was a very, very aggressive run into that corner, trying to break away from Falcone as much as possible. Delbon now sits in third, as we've said, and they try to fan themselves back out. And here he goes. Yeah, that 777 of Alvarez starting off at about third place. Falcone weaving back and forth, trying to get into his head a little bit. Delbon in second. Kevin Yee, Isaac, Perez, the 6 that are basically in your camera shot, still yet to really report. Kevin has been able to keep going. Elefante's keeping going. Santiago, I think that kart may have stalled coming around through turn 1.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Pavan was extremely fast in the warm-up sessions that we had. He set at P2 in the warm-ups, really not making any moves right here. But we'll see if him and Elefante can kind of team up and work their way through the field, because those were the 2 fastest cars a little bit earlier in the day.
Oh, and the 708 of Elefante having another off. This is down into turn 4.
I'm going to quit talking about the drivers because if I start talking about them, they spin. So.
My friend, this is your first time in the commentary booth. I want to induct you into the club of the commentator's curse. It is very much a thing. But there you see Falcone starting to put pressure onto the back of Gabriel Alvarez, almost giving him a little bit of a bump down that front straightaway. Falcone kind of leaning over
and
there.
They have built up quite a bit of a lead right there over third place. Oh, Falcone. Woo! Good catch. I thought he was gone. Four-wheel drift.
Millimeters from disaster there. You could actually see the right
and look at this.
Oh, and down to the inside of Alvarez. Here comes Falcone.
Almost from disaster to hero in 2 corners.
And he's not done yet. Gets the over-under on Alvarez. It has to give up the ghost there as they come down into turn 6, that high-commitment corner.
Oh, and it got the inside. Is he going to be able to make it snap? No. Smart move to back off there.
Yeah, almost pulled the Sarah Brady maneuver, but Bradley, thank you. But made that work. Sorry, there's a lot of names here this weekend.
Yeah, I know.
Is his
bumper down?
Yeah.
I don't know. No, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
It looked a little low to the ground.
It looks a little low, but you kind of look for it to kind of bounce around a lot.
Okay.
He's definitely faster than Alvarez. You just can't get around him.
Yeah, he just can't find the way by.
Totally different liner. He went completely outside.
Well, and you saw Alvarez went down to the inside and just how much he kicked up and how much he slid. Here comes Falcone to the outside, looking for that crossover. Carries the momentum.
Look at the momentum.
Got it there, but that's going to be Alvarez down on the inside. Falcone hits a big
No!
spin and momentum again for Scott Falcone.
Fantastic racecraft.
Absolutely brilliant. Just trusted that 799 Kart was going to stick up on the high side. Brilliant stuff from Scott Falcone.
Yeah, and he's so far he's 0.3 faster with his fastest lap than what Alvarez is. So let's see if he can take advantage of this clean track and just kind of start building a little bit of gap there over Alvarez.
Well, I mean, his biggest competitors haven't really closed up around him here at this point, and he doesn't have a whole lot of battle going on close to him. The only real battle we've got is around 4th place with Isaac Pavin and Sebastian Perez.
Yeah, I'm thinking Falcone right now. He just needs to make sure he doesn't over-push him.
Yep.
Don't get too pressured by Alvarez.
Yeah, I think that's right. Already has a 3/4 of a second advantage pushed over Alvarez here at this point.
Big hop there.
There he goes. Look at, I am really impressed here with what I see from Scott Falcone. We saw that drift coming through turns 1 and 2 and letting that car slide out, almost slipping off into the dirt. And then again, coming into the entry of turn 4 on this lap, just bringing it all the way to the outside. Again, mere centimeters of difference between having a good line and finding yourself off in the dirt. But Falcone knows exactly what it is.
Yep. All right, so we look like we got a battle here for 6th back in the field.
Actually, it's going to be a battle for 5th between Sebastian Perez and Andre Isaac. Here they come, coming out of the last corner. That is going to be Perez in that blue Kart. Isaac starting to close down a little bit closer a couple of corners earlier, but that 732 of Perez starting to lay a little bit of a smackdown.
Yeah, I don't know if he's got enough to catch Pavin in front of him, but their lap times are very similar to each other.
Yeah, very similar. I think there's even a little bit of an error there for one of them. It looks like the battle's starting to fire up here just ahead of them, potentially, between Kevin Yee and Mark Pavin. That's going to be the battle for 3rd place.
Yeah, that's the closest 2 karts on the track right now. I mean, Falcone is just kind of laying down some great laps and being comfortable with that kart, keeping himself safe, keeping himself under control. And I don't know if Alvarez is just kind of laying back, waiting to make a charge a little bit later in the race.
Could be. This is that battle for 3rd that we talked about. Yee and Pavin bringing their way around. Yee leading in that white and teal kart up at the front. Pavon behind. And that 754 carries a little bit more speed there through turn 9. Going to try to close in a little bit more to see if there's anything to go. Looks like he's closing up under braking. I think on top line speed, he may have a little bit of an advantage, but Paven really starting to close up in those braking zones.
I don't know if there was a wave to the flagman.
I don't know what that was.
It's like, hey, guys, thanks for sticking out here in the rain. Appreciate you.
That's what I'd be doing.
Yeah. Oh,
Paven down to the inside. Is he going to try to send it on Yee? Almost a little bit of contact, and Paven's got the position.
Yeah, he was half a second faster that last lap. Almost half a second.
Yeah, he's able to get that there, so they're on through. Goes Mark. It's a good run. That'll run him up to podium contention.
Absolutely.
5 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. Mark gives a little bit of a check behind to see where Yee is. I don't think Yee's going quietly
I
on
don't
this.
think he's done yet. So definitely closed up. Got through that section, like the flick section of 6, 7, and 8. And had a good run down to 9.
Brings it out. Here he goes.
Oh, it's got the Parolin pretty dialed in. The cart looks like it's under control. Doesn't look like he's fighting it too much. Not a lot of twitch on the steering wheel. Very smooth.
Very, very smooth, and especially in these kind of conditions, that's exactly what you want.
Oh, absolutely. Little defensive line there.
Interesting there that Yee actually went to the more of the traditional line, running back, kind of hitting that curb on the inside of 4.
Yeah, I think he's thinking, I got to do something different because I can see the gap increasing.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that. He's got to be a little bit careful. Perez, 3 seconds back. Could close this down in the final 4 minutes, so he doesn't want to be too aggressive with anything. Big twitch of oversteer coming out of turn 8, though. Yee lucky to be able to keep that under control.
Yeah, and your leader, Falcone, has stretched it out to about 3.5 second lead. I think Alvarez is just happy with the second place podium finish right now.
I think he is too. He's got a 5-second advantage over Pavan, and it looks like he's going to be able to keep that together. I'm impressed with Yee, though, really and truly. I thought when Mark caught up to him that Pavan was going to just streak off into the distance, but Yee has kept this close.
Yep.
He has kept this competitive, and he has kept this our closest battle on track.
Yeah, it's going to be, is he going to be able to find the line that works a little bit better for him? That's not the same racing line that Pavan is on that will allow him to catch him and then get around him.
Yeah, that's going to be the question, because I think that experimentation here can come to help him, but it's not necessarily benefiting him quite yet. He hasn't found that line yet.
No, I don't think he has. And there's only a couple corners that I think you can actually take a couple different lines on. And we see that at 4.
Yep.
And I think you can definitely see that in a couple other corners. But other than that, pretty much just one racing line through the remainder of the circuit.
Yeah, there's really, well, there's kind of 2 racing lines through the 10, 11, and 12 complex. We saw a lot of action there.
Yeah.
In the minis in particular, that was where we saw a lot of passing get done. I think by the next race we'll have a second line in 1 and 2. Right now it looks like there's kind of only one way to go through. And dare I say turn 6 we're seeing a second line starting to form.
Yeah, and especially when we have the 2 biggest classes coming up.
Yeah.
You know, when VLR Senior comes out, when we have 43 karts on there, it's displacing a ton of water.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's windy outside, a little bit of sun once in a while. So I think we're going to see, like you said, a couple optional lines.
Yeah, a couple drivers just trying to experiment a little bit, see what they can do. 2 minutes left on the clock.
And you saw right there exactly what Yee did. He went much higher line going through 6, tried to carry that momentum, and it looked like it was a straighter shot through 7 into 8. I don't know if it was any advantage for him to do that or not, but he's trying some things.
He's trying some things, but I've got to say here, it looks like he's losing a little bit of time. I mean, that gap was only about, let's call it 0.5 of a second, and I think that's grown a little bit. We'll get a better idea when they come across the line, but I think Paven is starting to pull away more. Was 0.5 of a second, as we said. And it's grown a little bit. It's up to about 6-7 of a second. So not a whole lot of gap, but just enough to be frustrating.
Yeah, with closing into like a minute left,
I mean, if he's going to make a charge, he has to do it now.
Yeah, he's got to do it now. We're just not seeing it out of him. I applaud the experimentation. I applaud what he's trying to do, but it just doesn't look like he's got it yet. There we take a look at that 799, the driver you've been championing all weekend,
Absolutely.
Scott Falcone, now with a 5.6-second lead up at the front of the field.
Yeah, it's going to be, again, I'm going to roll down and get more steps in here in about a minute. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to talk to him on the struggles that he had through the last couple days and what he's done, or is it just his ability to use his driving skill in a driver's condition?
That could also be it. 3 laps to go as Falcone crosses over the line. Alvarez did gain back about 0.03 of a second, but really not enough to be able to close that down as they run. Pavon and Yee have grown out to about 0.6 of a second. So that gap hovering around there. Perez not really close. Isaac, Elefante, Santiago, Del Bono. Unfortunately, your early favorite here from what we saw looks like he is listed as a DNF from this race. He's 9 laps down. There comes Falcone. Working his way down into turn number 9. Big thanks, by the way, to the crews here at Orlando Kart Center. Absolutely wonderful work. They were out with some brooms, getting as much of the standing water as they could removed off this track, sticking with us through what was a crazy rain delay. 2 laps to go for your leader, Scott Falcone. That gap, I believe, has grown here. Wouldn't be surprised if it's over 6 seconds. Call me a liar. It's 5.7. Falcone brings it on down through. All right, Falcone now bringing the car in through turn 6. That high commitment corner. We talked earlier about Kevin Yee trying to find some alternate lines through there and not really able to make it work. Doesn't look like there's that problem for Scott Falcone. Brings it out of turn 9. In through 10 and 11, a picture perfect. That was a little wide, actually. I don't want to call that a picture perfect line. It seemed a little bit wide there for Falcone. But he'll keep it together as he takes the white flag. 1 lap to go for Scott Falcone, avoiding that discarded rubber off the end of the track, as well as some of the standing water that we see off the racing line. Falcone powers his way through 4. Now for the switchback of turn 5. Splashing through a puddle there. That'll help cool those tires a little bit. Falcone on the power. Down into 6. Through 7 and 8. Out of the junkyard turn he goes. Down into turn 9. Only 3 more corners to go for your leader, Scott Falcone. Here he comes for one final time through the corners of 10 and 11. Out of 12, Scott Falcone coming to the line, twin checkers waving. Scott Falcone will take victory here in the ROK VLR Masters category, brought to you by Rocket Engines. Alvarez 5.7 seconds behind. Pavon and Yee 3rd and 4th. Sebastian Perez 5th as he will cross over. And there is your leader, Scott Falcone. You see the fist in the air, and you see the jubilation. We'll be down with Jason Ewers shortly to be able to catch up with him. And I'm sure that is going to be a jubilant Scott Falcone. Falcone And the rest of the field officially crossing over the line. And there he is.
All right, down here at the scale line, waiting for the winner, Scott Falcone, to get out of his cart to see if we can grab a couple minutes with him. There it goes as he's working his way out. Scott, can we catch a minute with you once you get your helmet off? You had that Tony cart just hooked up and rolling in the main. Congratulations. So, hey, I've watched you race many years, so you're always my pick to win on this one. And kind of struggled throughout the weekend a little bit. Saw you tuning on those needles quite a bit in the pre-finals and in the heats, but definitely got something dialed in for the final here. What'd you guys do?
We just have too much grip. We were fighting grip all week, and this played to my advantage, the grip, so it helped me out.
Yeah, those Levanto tires lay down some rubber, don't they?
Yeah, they do. So, but the only thing that matters is the main.
That's exactly what I was telling up there. So everything else is Bush League until it comes to the main. So awesome, Scott. Well, hey, congratulations. You got anybody you want to sponsor? Your sponsors you want to thank you?
No, I want to thank Orsalon and the whole group. Those guys are the unbelievable team. They're so family-oriented, so professional. Everything's OCD. Everything's just awesome.
Oh, fantastic. Scott, congratulations, buddy.
Thank you.
A very excited Scott Falcone and a very happy Jason Ewers. As we come back live to the pictures of the Orlando Kart Center, we'll head to a quick commercial break here before we come back for the VLR Senior category presented by Nash Motorsports.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters. And as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became two, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato O'Ward, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
We bring you back live to the Florida Winter Tour for ROK Cup with VLR Senior category presented by Nash Motorsports, getting ready to roll on out, and roll on out they are. This is one of our biggest categories that we have, well on near 45 karts ready to head out. Make that 43 exactly. Eisenbart going to lead the way over Caden McQueen, Diego Ramos, Louis Westover, and Chance Gasoli. Your top five as they make their way out onto the circuit. And this is going to be a drying circuit here, folks. This is not going to be the easiest way around here. There's going to be a lot of question marks. The one thing that these drivers do have over their competitors in the Masters category is the fact that here in the VLR Senior class, these drivers did get a chance to go out and run after the rain came down. They have been on track in these new positions following our rain delay. So that will certainly be a good help there as they get everything together and we get ready to come back racing.
Absolutely. More steps in today, fellas.
There it is. He's back in the booth.
Yes, I tell you what, Falcone's cart was possessed, not even only on the track, but it wouldn't turn off. And then he got it to turn off, and no one was around it, and it just automatically started. So it's like that cart just wants to keep going. So interesting thing here, we interviewed Gavin Bailiff yesterday about the change to the Burrell Art chassis from the Kart Republic. They were the fastest. Him and his brother Finnegan were the two fastest karts in the warm-up session. So they figured something out with those Burrell Arts in these wet conditions. So definitely two karts to look out for.
Yeah, I think so as well. Also, Chance Gasoli has been one of the drivers.
You just like saying that last name.
I do like just saying that last name, but he's been sneaky quick.
Yep.
He's been around that 5th place position. I think if he can have an error-free race, we could be looking at a top 5 there for Chase. Also, Diego Ramos has been particularly quick as well. He's one to watch out for.
Yeah, he had a good run yesterday. Didn't he have a little bad luck, but then really worked his way back up through the field?
Yeah, really and truly did.
As they get lined up here. Yeah, some of them will look forward to, listeners will look for cart number 951 starting in 14th, starting right behind his brother Finnegan at 902, starting at position 12.
All right, here comes Eisenbart into that start zone. There goes the green. A little bit of contact there in the back, and they are going to be going. Do we have a yellow situation? I can't tell. No, they are clear. They are clear and off and on their way. I saw some drivers looking up to the outside of the track. Thought for a second there may have been a yellow, but we are clear and rolling.
Look at the tight inside line. Oh, no. Is it 905?
That's going to be Wyatt Downing if it is the 905. But up in front, Eisenbart starting to try to pull away. A little bit of side-by-side there farther back in the pack as they go. That's going to be a swap around for 2nd and 3rd. That's going to be Ramos able to get the move around in that 913.
Yeah, I tell you what's interesting is it's starting to rain again.
Yeah.
When I was walking over, there's a little drizzle going on right now. So just going to keep the track damp.
Ramos thought about a run there. That's the 942 of McQueen that was displaced by that. A little bit of a, let's call it, 5-cart breakaway up at the front of the field. The battle very fierce for that 4th place position, or for that 2nd place position, as they try to sort themselves out a little bit. Here they go, coming out of turn 12, down to the kink that leads onto the main straightaway. Eisenbart leads over Ramos. Then it's McQueen, Gasoli, Bailiff, one of the drivers you've been talking about, who's starting to close in on the back of this battle. But right now it looks like a 2-way fight up at the front of the field between Alan Eisenbart and Diego Ramos. But there's a big send from the 902, Finnegan Bailiff, with a big run up through the field.
Great run for that team right now. As we even talked to their team principal, Sean Bailiff, today in one of our interviews that we played, just going over the types of carts. But really how they are learning every single day on this new Burrell art, what things are working, what things aren't working, and also how the other Burrell art, the PSL teams, are helping them kind of get back up to speed. And I'm sure that Ramos right there has helped them out this weekend.
I would imagine he has, as he certainly has the speed and able to carry that on. Caden McQueen has to take a defensive line to block off a little bit from Chase Gasoli, as there they go. Now Bailiff starting to look in behind, although I believe he's lost a position to Kane Martin. We're going to look back on that battle for 2, 3, 4. Ramos, McQueen, Gasoli, Bailiff, Martin as they come across the line. Ramos up in the lead. McQueen, Eisenbart has fallen back to 3rd, then Gasoli, Bailiff, and Westover. All right, here as they come. Big hop, skip, and a jump for the 901 of Eisenbart. He's going to lose more positions, and that is unfortunate for your pole sitter.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Just trying to push the limits. I mean, he's not checking out from anybody at the time, so definitely feeling the pressure from the rest of the field.
Yeah, certainly is, and he's definitely felt that there. McQueen riding in 2nd right now with, I believe that's Gasoli and Bailiff directly behind him. Eisenbart is settled into the back of that train, and it's a pretty big gap back to Louis Westover. Diego Ramos starting to run away at the front of this field, however.
Yeah, that Burrell art is rolling right now. He definitely has that thing going.
All right, this is the battle for 3rd right now.
Which is your Finnegan Bailiff, correct?
Yeah, it's Bailiff and Gasoli. Gasoli down to the inside of that 934, trying to send a little bit of a move. He's going to get forced out just a little bit. Bailiff going to hold on to that position as Gasoli tries to look for an over-under coming through 1 and 2. Meanwhile, Alan Eisenbart looks on to the background just waiting for an opportunity as he runs wide again.
Yeah, obviously dialed in, not enough grip for his rain setup. It seems very on ice, but very slidey.
Yeah, very slidey, and it just looks like maybe a tick of understeer coming out of the corner that he's just not quite able to get that car to grip up where he wants it to.
Yeah, and it might be one of those you just kind of check up a little bit,
yeah,
and just slow it down just a touch. Sometimes slower is faster.
Exactly. It's all about slow in, fast out, as they always say. Field starting to separate just a little bit. McQueen pretty comfortable in 2nd. There we see a couple of adjustments. That's Olin Galley, Gavin Bailiff.
Big lean by Bailiff right there.
Yeah. That's a big, big lift by Bailiff. That's who we watch right now. Garzone directly behind him. Kane Martin in the blue cart behind them. Ooh, that was a aggressive clobber of the curbs. We haven't really seen anybody be that aggressive through turn 12 today, but Bailiff going for it.
Yeah, especially in the wet conditions, but he seems to be very comfortable with it. Trying to get that weight over that outside tire to get that cart just to corner and turn and rotate.
Yeah, that, to my unseeing eyes, that seems like it's almost an overextension of it. It looks a little over-aggressive on it. Maybe he's having a little bit of grip problems.
That's exactly what he's trying to mechanically put grip in that cart.
Yeah, as we watch that 949, that's Ali Bai trying to make a move. Yeah, I mean, look at that. He is leaning so hard into that. That cart is not handling the way he wants it to.
No. So, which is odd because Finnegan is McQueen ended up passing. No, Finnegan's still in third.
That bumper.
Yeah, that's a push down right there. So, and it might just be a partial push down, but I confirmed with with Chuck, our race director, and it's a 5-second penalty.
5-second penalty, no ifs, ands, or buts.
Yeah.
It is black and white.
Black and white.
Well, that's going to be very unfortunate for Bailiff, who's running well in 8th place. Louis Westover, by the way, able to get a position over Alan Eisenbarg. We keep our eyes focused on this battle with Bailiff, Garzone, and Hernandez now starting to get involved in this conversation a little bit. Andretos and Ali Bai has fallen back down through the order.
Yeah, but I'm looking at it. Ramos is just laying down some laps. 105.3s. McQueen is not far off on pace. I don't know, what do we got the gap there? 2 seconds? He's just not faster than Ramos, so that gap is going to stay pretty much where it's at, unless Ramos just makes a mistake, and that guy's been robotic all week.
Yeah, he really has. We check back in on this little battle. That is Bailiff and Garzone. Garzone just not able to find a way by. Nice little scrap up in front of him, though. Look at this. That's going to be Eisenbarg as well as Eisenbarg, Gasso, Lee, and I believe Gali, that third in line. Westover actually leading that pack. This is going to be the battle for 6th, if my math is right. 5th, excuse me. It's a battle for 5th.
Yeah, I think we didn't update the scoring yet. So
Gali sends a big move down to the inside through 1 and 2. That's going to be able to get him by Garzone.
Yeah, the 934 gasoline right there, perfect example of what happens if you have too much wheel spin. Mm-hmm. You could just see Eisenbarg just kind of check out on him as he's trying to make that corner. You just can't lay the power down.
Yeah, just can't lay the power down, and obviously when your wheels are spinning, you're not getting that grip delivered, you're not getting that torque pushed off the line, and that's just wasted energy from a car.
Yep, absolutely. As we're approaching 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes here, the field's kind of thin themselves out a little bit, I guess I can say. Lined them up. Not a ton of battling. Well, as I say, there we go. That CRG of 954.
That's
Gali.
That's Gali.
And that CRG.
Yeah.
Made that. And again, we haven't seen a lot of passes in 9 today. He just made it stick and made it look easy.
Yeah, we watched Louis Westover, though, and the 902 of Finnegan Bailiff, as Westover really has this kart set up for a later race run. He's been able to move his way forward. He's got a podium right now, and Bailiff is trying to catch him.
Yeah, at one point in time, Bailiff had a 2-second lead over on Westover. I'm not sure if Finnegan maybe had a little bit of an error or got the kart sideways, and that allowed Westover to catch up. I'm looking at times here. I mean, he's just faster, almost a second faster than what Bailiff is. But hey, look at that. McQueen just went purple, 0.3 faster than Ramos on that last lap.
Well, this race may not be over quite yet. Westover starting to pull away a little bit here from Bailiff. Bailiff actually at the point that he was looking behind him at Gali to see if there was a run. It's not there quite yet, and where Gali's coming, I think also bringing him along is going to be Alan Eisenbarg, who's not too far behind. Your pole sitter falling down through the order to 6th, but looks like he's starting to come on a little bit stronger here.
I tell you, very impressed with that 950 of Sebastian Garzone too. You know,
yeah.
First year up a class into this into the senior division. I've seen nothing but just maturity in that kid on the track.
Yeah, he's done very, very well. He's been very, very heads up, really and truly driven well. But this battle here, Bailiff now under pressure from Galley.
Yeah, I don't know what he did going through 4, but that thing just slideways, is like you like to say it, not forward.
No, a little bit of a slide there as well. I think Bailiff's fighting a little bit of oversteer at this point in the race.
Yeah, I don't know if they started the. He had such a great charge early. I'm just thinking that maybe they went out with high air pressures.
Here comes Galley down to the inside.
And
there it
Eisenbart
is.
as well.
Yep, that's exactly it. And I think you're right about that. Maybe just started with a little bit of higher tire pressures. And now that this race has gone along, it's not exactly setting in the way they wanted to.
No, even with a shortened main.
Yeah. And maybe that was the thought process.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bailiff down to 6th. Galley up into 4th.
Yeah, Westover seems to be under control there, hanging in 3rd. McQueen's got that down to 1.4.
And this has the potential to get a little bit spicy here as well. Eisenbart.
Yeah, I think Ramos caught McQueen in the corner of his eye.
Yeah.
Now he's starting to pick the pace up a little bit. And just 4/10 off of the fastest lap of the race so far.
Which is held by McQueen, we should say. He does hold that fastest lap. So
yeah, he did a 104.99, and the last lap he did a 105 flat.
Right. I'm keeping my eye on this, though, with Eisenbart. Eisenbart down to the inside of Olin Galley.
And that was a traditional line. Like, it looks like that line, except right there,
Galley got
right back. That higher line just allows you to keep that momentum.
Yeah, really does. And that's a little bit of what we saw in those previous races with Falcone, running the high line through 4 and 5.
Yeah, he was. It was interesting to talk to him down there about how he's been fighting grip all weekend, and of course this helps take grip out, water on the track. Scott's just a great driver, and I was glad to see that. You know, he said exactly what we said. Doesn't matter. The finals what matter.
Yep. Well, and there we saw Falcone trying to take a leaf out of Galley's book there, running super wide through 4, almost lost a position back to Finnegan Bailiff, but was able to keep on going, carry that along. Now here comes Eisenbart trying to fight back. A little bit of a defensive line there from Galley down into turn 8. We've got a yellow flag waved.
Going into
it's into 9. Kart is up and over the caution barrier, so he should be okay.
That's a Sodi cartoon. I don't know who exactly that was. We may start getting into a black flag situation with lap traffic here in a minute. You see someone go off the track and get a black flag. Because it's the finals, there was a rule that if you're going to be a lap traffic, you get black flag to come off the track.
Well, it is 3 laps to go for these drivers that just crossed over. Eisenbart looks like he's losing a little bit of running. That's the 925 kind of straight into the middle. That's David Martinez, driver from Mexico. Yeah, Eisenbart just looks like he was able to be chasing down Galley a little bit there, but now I think it's Bailiff that's going to be able to chase back on him.
Yeah, with 3 to go, pretty much. Did Bailiff cool his tires down?
Yeah.
And make this late charge?
He did. Well, he's got 2 laps, call it 2 1/4 here at this point to try to make that charge. So he's got time, and he's got enough of a run behind him. Chase Gasolee is far enough behind that I don't think he really has to worry about too much of an attack.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that being said,
you got a place to go.
I got a place to go.
All right, he's going to head down to the grid, probably talk to Diego Ramos in a little bit of time. But he'll make his way down there. We'll be able to talk to Jason shortly. We keep our eyes. He continues to try to pull away there. Galley growing up a pretty good gap, about 0.8 of a second with 2 laps to go for our drivers. Yeah, it really looks like Eisenbart now is starting to put a little bit more pace in, now starting to try to chase. I think this may have been a situation where Eisenbart was just trying to cool the tires down a little bit, calm everything down. Now he's going to pull away. All right, there you see a little bit of that bumble as they come up and over the bumps outside of turn 8. Oh, a little bit of a battle there as that's Chase Gasoli and Sebastian Garzon. Garzon trying to send a move. A little bit surprised to see Garzon all the way down in this order. He was pretty quick over the course of today, but white flag in the air for Gali. Eisenbart, that battle still continuing on between Gasoli and Garzon, except there goes Garzon! Down through the corner, a look behind there for Chase Gasoli. Now Gasoli trying to get the fight back, tried to look down to the inside of turn 5, but that didn't play itself out. He's going to carry on. Here they come down into the corners. All right. There as we look. Checkered flag in the air. Diego Ramos takes victory over Caden McQueen. Louis Westover with a good run as well. He'll come home third. Louis and I learned it to himself. Then we check in on that battle that we were watching. Gali going to hold off Eisenbart. Finnegan Bailiff able to hold off there into that position. Garzon, as we reported, did get over Chase Gasoli. Then Gavin Bailiff, Lucio Hernandez, your top 10. All right, good runs all the way around for these Carters here at this point. We will be headed back down to the scales.
All right, we're back down here in the scale line. Wait for Diego to get out of his car. Great run, Diego. You got a second for a little bit of an interview. Oh, look at this. Congratulating his teammates. This is what karting's all about. He definitely had his Burrell art hooked up. Flying. Diego, really no challenges at all for you in this main. You had the Burrell hooked up and rolling. You know, kind of walk us through it. What did you guys do? You know, kind of make the changes to develop or to go with these changing conditions that we've had all weekend.
Yes, I was really fast during the whole week. Even in the dry, the beer was amazing with the P1 engines as well. Just really happy now. The condition that I like it so much. The car felt really good, like really in my hands. Yeah, I just need to thank my whole team for the hard work this week, and we continue working.
Oh, awesome. Well, congratulations. You made it look easy. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Jason, and congratulations again to your winner, Diego Ramos. We're going to take another quick jump away to commercial here, but we'll be back with the final race of the weekend, VLR Juniors, powered by RPG.
27 years ago, Bill Wright began the Florida Winter Tour to break up the slow winter months for karters, and as the word spread, the tour grew. Importers, teams, manufacturers, and drivers alike all came to Florida to prepare for the upcoming season. One weekend became two, and the fun became serious fun. Since then, the karting season has started with the Florida Winter Tour, where teams compete to establish dominance for the coming summer. Drivers from all over the world look to make their name and leave their mark on the national scene, much like Pato Award, Enzo Fittipaldi, and others have done in Florida Winter Tours of the past. The original Florida Winter Tour, the series that made karting a year-round sport in North America and where tomorrow's superstar drivers are discovered. 27 years later, you can still go karting and have some serious fun. Are you ready to join the action?
Welcome back to the Orlando Kart Center for the Florida World Tour, part of ROK Cup, and we get ready for VLR Junior, powered by RPG. Couple more pickups to happen out on track before we can get racing for this final round, but the junior category has been consistently some of the best that we have seen out on the track. We're very excited to come back to it and to continue on in this running. Oh, it has been an absolutely fantastic day of racing. It's been a fantastic weekend of racing, really, if we're honest. This Orlando Kart Center is absolutely wonderful. And if you like what you see here and you want to see more of it, we'll tune back into the channel next month. That's right, the weekend of Valentine's Day, February 14th. We'll be back down here at the Orlando Kart Center for another run at the action. And we'll be back in action. Same format, same stuff that you see across the board. And we'll be ready to do that. That, again, will be February 14th for the second leg of the Florida Winter Tour. And then we'll, of course, round that out in March at not
Speed
Florida.
Sports.
Yeah,
in Houston.
Yeah,
here we go. Last race of the weekend. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to get some dry socks on.
I'm ready to get some dry socks on, but at the same time, I could do this all over again.
It's been a fun weekend.
It's been great. It's been absolutely wonderful. And what a better way to end this off than with the VLR Junior category.
Yeah, it's been some of the best racing we've seen all weekend long. Pretty clean. Lots of great battles. So we'll see if that continues. The track looks like it's getting not so much rooster tailish now.
No, there's definitely, if you look there through 9, there's a dry area.
Yes.
And there's definitely a dry line being formed. You can especially see it there as they come through 1 and 2. All right, well, it is going to be Alexander Vanchep that's going to lead the way over Alessandro Truscio, then Ruben Gutierrez, Nico Katowski, and Theo Salomao, Drew Jensen, Joaquin Gorleo Pizarro, Eli Steinbrook, Paul Medeiros, and Valentino Manta will be your top 10. Keep an eye on Nathan Dupuis as well. He's been pretty quick over the course of the weekend. He'll start in 11th, so a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a name that we've mentioned quite a bit between this and through the ROK GP class that he was running in. So, we've got a pretty spread out gap right now.
Yeah, but credit here to Vanchev. He's doing a really good job of slowing the field down coming into turn 9. I think he realized how big of a gap that was. So we're going to try to slow it down a little bit.
So who you got in this one? Who's your horse in this race?
Salomao. I've been really impressed with what Theo's been able to do here this weekend. He's looked quick. He's looked aggressive when he needs to be. I like the way he runs. The other one, Katowski.
Yeah, I was looking at that Katowski out of that Trinity Karting Group 10.
Yep.
You know, obviously they found some speed, and I did catch Gavin Bailiff down there, and I talked to him about that. He goes, yeah, I was looking for grip.
Yeah.
That's why he was leaning so hard. So,
yeah, all right. We were right about that.
Yeah, such a good kid, and you know, he ended up with a top 10, I believe, so well-deserved finish for him.
All right, the 806 of Alexander Vanchev going to lead this field around. The 800 of Alessandro Truscio going to be to his outside as we get ready. Karts waking their way around through turn 12. This is a big field here again.
Yeah, the second biggest of the weekend.
Yep, they make their way onto the starting grid. And the green flag flies. We are racing here again as there they go down into turn 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened through there. I lost our camera, but here we go.
All right, there we see him coming down into 1. It does look like Vanchev has been able to hold off the lead. We've got one part around.
Pretty clean start considering wet conditions. Oh, there we go.
Moving their way up forward.
Who's in the grill?
That's Katowski.
Yeah,
that's Katowski's been able to move his way up into P2. Some aggressive moves early on from Katowski, paying off in spades. It looks like Truscio's been shuffled down into 3rd position. I think that's Gutierrez in 4th. Little bit of side-by-side farther back in the field. We're going to jump back over to the battle here for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, as that looks pretty contentious. Pretty contentious is an understatement. My goodness gracious, everybody going at it. I see Joaquin Golero Pizarro trying to sort his way through. That's the 807 as well of Medeiros. Whoa, a little bit of contact. Are they able to hold on to it? Yes, they are. That's side by side between Medeiros and Dupuis.
We haven't seen that all weekend in dry or wet conditions. Too wide through 3.
And Dupuis down to the inside there, able to make it play on that machine. He's got it to run, and Dupuis is going to lead this contentious group. That's the 807 you just saw flash by as well. Medeiros really getting shuffled down through the order.
Yeah, I think Steinbrook came out pretty good in that shuffle. I think he ended up moving up quite a bit. Into that probably 7th position, I think. We'll see when timing and scoring comes through, but
oh, there we got a nice little bit of side-by-side. That's the 825 and the 807. That's going to be Steinbrook, as you were saying, fighting with Medeiros. Medeiros, I wonder if he's got his tire pressures wrong. He is just falling like a rock through this field.
Yeah, but, you know, we've got a long race, so we'll see what happens. We saw that with the last race with Eisenbart.
Well, we did. There they come back onto the main straightaway. All right, Dupuis up into 5th place. Pizarro down to 6th. Steinbrook, Medeiros, Parmo, and Gutierrez.
Yeah, there's your horse in the race. Salamau ended up doing purple that last lap. So he's got his cart hooked up and rolling.
All right, as they bring their way on through, that's the 890 on your screen right there. That's Ruben Gutierrez. Gutierrez, a little bit of a fight with Drew Jensen for 10th place.
Track is definitely drying out, which plays a little bit of a concern when you have wet tires.
Exactly. I would not be surprised here in a lap or two if we start seeing these drivers that aren't necessarily involved in a battle. Oh, Kart off in the back.
Nice save.
Very nice save. Up and over that access road that leads out of the pits. That's a very hard way to try to hold on to it, so very impressive there for them.
Absolutely. I'm actually a little surprised that I'm not seeing any of these drivers dip down and cool those tires off down the straightaway where there's standing water.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by that as well. Clearly there's just enough to make things play, but I'm not sure exactly what they're thinking here. We look at the battle right now coming into the corner. That's the 822 on your screen. That's Jordan Martin and Julian Rivera. And directly behind them, that's Romaliv. As they battle down in, this is going to be for about, let's call it 13th, 14th place. 822 holding out as here comes the 834, trying to be able to fight back. Rivera going around the outside of turn 6. Has to give up the ghost. That's not going to play.
Look at your 2 horses in the race. Salamau and Katowski, 2-3 right now. Yeah. Can they get around and can they catch Vanchev?
Well, that's the question everybody's been asking this entire weekend. Can they catch Vanchev? There they come, though. That same battle we've been following. Great action between Rivera, Martin, and Dromalev. Oh! Big hop and a skip and a jump there over the curbs. I'm amazed that 822 of Martin was able to hold on to it. That looked brutal. All right, here they come now down into turn 1. Little bit of a hip check there from the 877 of Dromalev. More impressive, I think, there that Martin was able to keep on to the lead, but now here comes the 826 trying to fight back a little bit. Down up into the inside.
Okay, 823 going to go around the outside to the inside, carry the momentum through.
This is the battle for 17th.
Coming through that sweeper of turn 6 into 7. Very tight line there going into 8.
All right, we're going to come back here. Looks like we're going to refocus on the leader there. That is Vanchev up in the front. Has a 1.2 second gap over Theo Salamau. Truchot has been able to get a run over Katowski.
Just went purple with a 103.77. So I've been kind of keeping an eye on Salamau's, on his gap between him and Vanchev. It's been staying pretty consistent. They're at that 1.2. Not really making much up there, but Katowski got passed by Truchot.
Yeah, and Trudeau going to try to start, I think, getting himself up towards Salama. Salama with a big off on the exit of turn 8. That's really becoming the danger area.
Kill his momentum down the straightaway. That's just going to help Trudeau catch up to him.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a half second taken out as a result of that.
Not much action currently. 6.5 to go.
Vanchev continuing to lead here over Salamau, Trudeau, Katowski. Nice little battle. Looks like it's starting to develop for 6th place with Seinbrook and Joaquin Galera Pizarro.
Second favorite name of the weekend.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a really good one.
Kind of rolls off the tongue.
It actually does. It's a long name, but it has a nice rhythmic. You're pulling out the writing from it. I like it. We're going to go to the battle here between 4th and 5th. This is Katowski and Dupuis. They've closed up to each other.
Yeah, I don't know if something happened to Nico there that dropped him, that allowed Trudeau to get around him. Being very defensive there, but not defensive enough for the 844 to get around.
Yeah, Dupuis just absolutely sent it up the inside, made it play, and he was able to get it to run.
At 841, not 44, yeah, Dupuis.
That was really good. That was a really good move by Dupuis, and now he's going to get the power down and start to accelerate away.
Yeah, see if he's got enough to end up catching Salamau or Trudeau up there.
Well, Katowski's keeping this a little bit interesting. He got a good run off of the main straightaway, slipped though. There was a little bit of a slide coming through turn 2, and he lost some time as a result of that.
Yeah, let's see what we can do here in 4. Same line. Gapped a little bit.
Yeah, he's starting to pull away here. I think he's starting to get a little bit of a good groove here. Dupuis really starting to feel good about it. The question's going to be is if he's going to be able to run up to Trudeau, as you said earlier. All right, we're going to take a look a little bit farther back in the field. That's your 807. That's Medeiros and Paramo. This is the battle for P8. Medeiros, lucky he didn't go off the track there again in that danger area on the exit of turn 8. And Paramo
over? That was an interesting move.
And it's not done yet. They're going to be side by side coming off of turn 9. It looks like Paramo is going to be able to hold on to it and take it away. And welcome to the conversation, Ruben Gutierrez.
Oh, and just shoved it in on a great move.
That was great from Medeiros to be able to hold that out. But Paramo fights back. Now down to the inside, maybe a little bit of contact there.
Gutierrez is right there, ready to pounce when he has the opportunity.
Yeah, he's right there on him, so he's going to push ahead. Also, nice little battle there for P11. That's Farrow and Mansa, Drew Jensen and Rivera here as well. Got a pair of couplets and a triplet up ahead.
Yeah, and that's just kind of a reminder, as up front, Vanchev is just laying down fast lap after fast lap. Very comfortable in that kart right now.
Yeah, he feels very, very good, I think. There's the 807. Medeiros continuing to lead over Gutierrez. There it is, all 5 of them there. That is from 8th on back. Paramo the second in line, excuse me.
Yeah, Vanchev's got the Tony kart. Seems like the Tony karts, from what I'm seeing from Victory Lane here, are the ones that really maybe like these wet conditions.
These kind of changeable.
Yeah. I mean, it's. Ramos was on it. Vanchev is on it.
Big move there by Paramo. Trying to send it down the inside. Medeiros going to fight back on it, though. Medeiros has got the lead. A little bit of a push there to the 840 of Paramo.
Great car control with the 840. Impressive. So much over-under on that Sodi kart, way up on those curbs.
That was the 886 getting up into there. That's Farrow.
Yeah, that's a name we haven't really talked about much this weekend, but obviously liking the low grip situation here.
Yeah, but Vincius Farrow just absolutely getting elbows out and pushing his way forward. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. Medeiros trying to go to the inside of him here into turn 9. He's going to go for it and gets it.
Yeah, the question that we have right now, though, is how are they? I don't doubt these kids are thinking long-term the next 2 races if they are even running points. Right. But, you know, do you want to stick that thing in to give you a chance of having a DNF to where it really basically throws you out of your opportunity to maybe have a chance to be a points champion?
Is that? Ooh, bumping and banging and bumping. Gutierrez gets his nose in there.
Big bump. This is a fantastic battle right here. You got the
That's Gutierrez, the 840.
Gutierrez, yeah.
840 involved in that as well. Paramo.
Medeiros in this?
Medeiros is leading in that
pack,
purple
okay.
cart. Then I think it's the 886. No, the 886 has been bumped backwards. They're fourth in line right now.
Farrow, yeah. But Farrow is, like you said, he's been very right. Just picked off that spot right there, but then lost a little bit of momentum and let that Orsolon cart come around. Orsolon train coming around.
There they go.
Trying
Those
to
green
defend.
machines.
Trying to defend as much as he can.
Somebody throwing up their hands there,
like,
going, what are you doing? Darrow still leads this little train. This, again, the battle for 8th place. Going to come across the line. It's Medeiros, Gutierrez, and Manta in that train. Then Rivera, Farrow, Martin, Paramo, Jensen.
Well, it's that time. You call the rest of this race. I'm going to go down and get our winner
All
interview.
right. Give him a big round of applause, everybody. Jason Ewers has been wonderful up here in the booth this weekend. Absolutely fantastic as we continue to watch this battle for P8. Cole Medeiros pushing his way ahead. Gutierrez trying to poke his nose in on him. And that 827 of Manta in that Orsolon cart. Big wide run there for Gutierrez. That's allows for the two Orsolons to be able to get their way on by. That's Manta and Rivera. But it's still Medeiros that leads now with the two Orsolons behind. Doesn't look like we're going to see a pass in that group coming down into turn 12. Oh, a little bit of Orsolon on Orsolon action, but the 827 holds it out. Mansa's going to hold on in there. Whoa, they both sweep around the outside of Medeiros like he was standing still. Manta and Rivera, my goodness gracious. All right, there comes Rivera down to the inside of Manta, able to make that to play. Medeiros now looks to the inside of Rivera, or of Manta, trying to see if he can make his day go from bad to worse. They're going to be side by side, feeds him out to the outside. That's a good play there for that purple machine of Cole Medeiros. Looks for a little bit of a run there, does Julian Rivera. Alexander Vanchev up at the front of the field just continues to dominate another purple lap. Medeiros now looking to the inside there of Manta. Is he able to get it? And welcome to the party, the 822 of Jordan Martin. Oh, down to the inside, goes for the 2-for-1, does Medeiros. Does it play out? Not to perfection. Leading at the line as they come to it right now is going to be Jordan Martin, then Cole Medeiros. Oh, 3 wide in contact. And the 890 sneaks their way on through of Ruben Gutierrez. Here they come, all in a line, all ready to fight for this. My goodness gracious. Valentino Manta, by the way, starting to stretch his advantage up at the front of the field. There's the 890 of Gutierrez trying to be able to get a little bit of a clean run. There comes Medeiros up into the inside. It's going to hold him out a little bit, some gesticulating from a few of the drivers. They're coming around to the last lap here. Medeiros holds the line. Going to be able to carry on over the 890. Gutierrez, Medeiros down to the inside. Gets a 2-for-1 on the 840 of Paramo, excuse me. Oh, a little bit of how you doing there as this continues to get spicier and spicier. Now welcome to the battle, the 859 of Fortunato. We haven't called his name today yet. He's going to muscle his way forward, gets out into the barriers, gets out into the dirt, and gets absolutely mugged on the way to the outside. Medeiros tries to get his way on through. Now they lead their way down into turn 9. And there is your leader, Alexander Vanchev, Theo Salomon, Nathan Dupuis, Trusho, Steinbrook, Pizarro. Pitowski comes across in 7th. Waiting for this battle to finally resolve. Valentino Monta, I think, is going to be able to take the front of this. As here they come to the line. No, it's Medeiros, then Gutierrez. Then it's Martin, Paramo, Jensen, Ferro, Rivera, Fortunato, and Dumet. My goodness! My goodness gracious, folks. You talk about racing in a kart. That is how you get it done. As we get ready to throw down to Jason Ewers on pit lane.
All right, we're here once again and finally for the day in the scale lines with our VLR Junior winner, Alexander Vanchev, and his RPG Rollins Performance Group. Cosmic just hooked up. You guys put on a show out there for us. Tell us what you were thinking. You know I've won many races in my life, and those last couple laps, things starting to vibrate, things starting to get a little bit louder on that kart, but you held it together and built yourself up a sizable lead. Explain us about your weekend and how everything went.
No, we showed up on Friday with no practice, and then ever since then, both of my go-karts were absolutely rolling. The engines, the chassis, and I was able to adapt to the engine and the tires pretty quickly. And then I managed to practically kind of dominate the heats in qualifying. And unfortunately in GP we finished second, but we managed to pull off the win here in VLR.
Fantastic. Now, is this going to be something you're going to do for the rest of the season? Are you going to run all the races here for the Florida Winter Tour?
Yes, for sure. I mean, after this race, hopefully have a good lead in the championship. So just want to finish it off with some more good results in the championship.
Fantastic. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank everyone at RPG, my mechanic Brady, my other mechanic Fabio, everyone at RPG like Joni, Ryan Norberg, my parents, all my family back at home, and yeah, that's about it.
Oh, awesome. Well, fantastic. A dominant run by Mr. Vanchev here. Thank you, buddy.
Congratulations to Alexander Vanchev, and indeed congratulations to all of our victors here today. Folks, it's been an absolute pleasure bringing you all of the ROK Cup action here from the Florida Winter Tour live at the Orlando Kart Center. As I said earlier, we will be back Valentine's Day weekend to this exact location on behalf of the best production team in all of karting, as well as Jason Ewers. I have been DJ Clark. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the racing action, and we'll see you down the road.